Hey, look at that. We're online. Hey, guys. Hey. Good day, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Dweebs United. And we're excited to be albino. Oh, yeah. So first and foremost, everybody that's here is the usual crew, minus a few of the usual crew. Usually there's 6 of us that are here every week, and the other 4 rotate. You have the average troll Murica over there. You have Big E with his homoerotic beer label. You have the king of beer tube, Lee Hoogley himself. Lee Hoogley, that's right.
Mhm.
Horlock, El Horlock.
That's right.
And the viceroy of beer tube, the albino rhino. Yes, that's right, the viceroy. Anyway, like usual, when we start this, I'll just read off some Ontario beer news that's out there. Anything new that came up that was interesting this week. Liberty Village's Black Blessing Stout is out this week in Toronto. So if you guys are in the Toronto area and you want to try a new stout that may or may not be good, who knows? Go out and try it. It's 7.4% ABV and 53 IBU. It's brewed with buckwheat and honey. Oh, sorry, buckwheat honey, and conditioned
Ooh,
on organic cocoa nibs for 2 months.
ooh la la.
You know, that actually sounds like it might be okay.
That sounds
Uh,
like something a hipster
it
would
sounds
use
like
to
it's going to
bathe in.
be. It sounds like it's going to be overpriced because of the fact that it's organic cocoa nibs and all that. But it actually sounds like it would probably be good.
Sounds like you got to drink that out of a Zed stem.
The Zed stem. Don't be trolling Big E. He's gonna come
But
in here, fists a flying.
he's off somewhere finishing up. He said, whatever that's supposed to
Yeah.
mean.
Also, if I didn't piss off my father-in-law and I didn't piss off Paul from Railway City, I might be able to try this beer. But Railway City announces the release of Janus, the Resolution beer. So that this is their January release. They do release a beer usually every month. What is this? See, the Roman god of beginning gives the mouth of January its name. Janus, the Resolution beer, is a 10.2 ABV beer described as a Dunkel Double Hefeweizenbock.
What?
Yep.
They just picked every fucking available style that they could throw in
Well,
there and just called it
other
that.
details about the beer, including its label, are being kept under wraps until its release. The brewery has revealed that it was brewed using tamarind, a unique ingredient that helps add to the array of flavors present, such as almonds, lemon, licorice, and peach.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that sounds like it all goes together. I like that.
It sounds like a double stupid Bach piece of shit. Fuck Railway City.
Might as well just call them the Stone of Canada.
Yeah, there's a Stone Canada. No, wait, Stone's good.
Also
Yeah, but
announced this
they do
week,
random shit.
Ontario's first brewery to open its doors in 2015, Orange Snail Brewers, opens this weekend in Milton, Ontario.
That name is so fucking horrible. Oh my god.
Orange Snail Brewers? What?
Orange Snail Brewers, man. Orange Snail Brewers.
Yeah,
That's...
I know they said they were running out of names for things, but like Orange Snails.
What's their first beer gonna be? Sail Slime Stout or some shit? Like,
Oh,
hi, Jim.
Good day, Jim. And lastly, for our Ontario beer news, Junction Craft Brewing, has dropped a hint that it may be planning for a move and substantial expansion in the near future. In a video posted on YouTube this past weekend, Junction partners Tom Patterson and Doug Pangeli are shown touring the Signs Road Incinerator, a historic building owned by the City of Toronto that has been abandoned for a number of years, with the caption, "Future home of Junction Brewing? Stay tuned." Um, yeah, hopefully this doesn't go the same way that Brock Street Brewing went, and oh, we have this firehouse. It doesn't happen, but yeah, and hopefully if they do get this spot and they do expand, and it would be a gigantic expansion from the little place they have in the junction to this place. But if they do get that expansion and they do get that building, I hope they get better hours. That's one of the things I do hope for, because they do make some amazing beers. You just can't get them unless you just happen to be in Toronto in like this 2-hour span. So hopefully, well, it's more like 4 hours, but hopefully, and 5 days a week or 3 days or whatever. Hopefully they do have better hours. Hopefully they get their spot because they do make some great beer. I'd love to see them expand, and hopefully they get somebody that can answer emails. That's all I'm going to say about that because you can email both partners or the brewery itself, and you don't get a response from any three of them. You can harass them on Facebook. You can harass them on Twitter. You can harass their partners. Don't get an answer.
Maybe they're afraid of albinos.
Well, if they're not good with using social media, then people should start using social media to shame them and see how powerful social media can actually be.
I don't want to shame them. They make some good beer. I just wish.
I want to shame them. Fuck them.
I just wish they could, answer their stuff. Anyway, so now for the show, what are we all drinking tonight? For me, I have this beer here from Royal City Brewing, the Evening Scout. Royal City Brewing, brand new brewery in Guelph, Ontario. They started out as just growlers and really quickly moved on to 500 milliliter bottles. So that's awesome.
Cool.
Cool.
I'm doing Vickers Cross Double IPA.
Of course you are.
The fuck's that supposed to mean?
I think the last time you've done this, you've had a Vickers Cross at least once.
Hey, I haven't been able to have it for like a year and a half, so...
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying of course you are.
I'm pretty sure he's saying that.
Get off my fucking back.
Once you run out of them and you don't pull a bottle of those up for a show, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck?
Well, it's funny because I had a Vickers Cross earlier this evening, but I've switched over to the Garrison Spruce beer.
I've got one of those too.
I like that beer a lot.
This year was really good. I was talking to the brewmaster the other week, and he was telling me that he used a 50-50 split of spruce and fir tips, and he really upped the molasses in here for this year's batch. So he's really happy how this turned out this year. So last year I think it was more spruce, so it was kind of harder for some people.
Yeah, there is a less of a harsh sprucey taste in this year's one. It's more balanced. I will say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What yourself, Biggie?
I'm actually not drinking beer. I'm drinking a Chianti. I had a bottle open and I don't want it to get turned on me. I had it open a few days ago, so I'm working on that now.
I am drinking.
Can we kick him out of the chat?
So first is my avatar. Now it's what I'm drinking. Oh man, ooh.
I think it's mostly your avatar.
You're closed-mindedly. You're so closed-minded.
I am.
And yourself, Troll?
Oh, I just said I'm drinking water because that's.
Oh, okay. You're just
Kick him out too. Fuck.
that's.
Oh, if this was 5 days ago and you asked me, I'd say Founder CBS, the greatest beer I've ever had.
Hey-o!
But it isn't. It is water today.
Yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
There it is.
Double. Can we double kick Joe out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you rode in on.
Yeah. Hey, we should. Hey, all I can say is I'm happy that someone I know has got a chance to try it and had multiple pours of it. That's fantastic. If it couldn't be me, I mean, I'm glad it's somebody else that I like and know. So.
All right.
Yeah, it was a great time. I wish it was more readily available because it is one of those beers that when you drink it, you kind of understand pretty much fuck KBS for the most part. So yeah.
So it's like Hill Farmstead. You understand the hype now. Oh.
Nope, I do not. I do not understand the hype.
But it's not a craft brewery. Any beer news from out east or in New York you guys want to chat about?
Yeah, I'll leave that up to Jim. He's more connected to it than I am.
Well, to be quite honest, there hasn't really been too much news since the holidays, other than there's definitely going to be 3 new breweries opening up in Halifax this spring, from the sounds of it. We have Kelly from Garrison, who did the Kelly's Rye from a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to be setting up a brewery in Dartmouth. And then we have Nash, the big the brewing guy there, Nash, who seems to work with every brewery that sets up here. He's going to set up with another guy here, Unfiltered Brewing, about a block away from North Brewing. That's also the spring. That one, I don't know how well that's going to go. The principal owner kind of thinks that he can select his clientele, so I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a very particular dude, so I don't know if that's. I have no idea how well this is going to go. So
I'm curious how, in a place that is kind of a beer wasteland, as you guys talk about, how opening a brewery like a block away from another one will do as well.
It's a city.
Daniel Harper's dream.
It's the city. There's the population to support the breweries there.
yeah,
Especially the small nano ones.
well, yeah, and I forget the size that they're doing. I can't remember the hectoliters, but it all depends on the brews that they're doing. And then you get the third one, Wrought Iron. A bunch of guys that worked in Alberta and they moved out here. They've been tweaking. They got their place set up, and they're tweaking the recipes. And I can't remember what they're doing. I think they're doing like a pale ale for the first one. Again, that's another one where I don't know. Apparently, it's not bad what they're making, but right now there's really no problem getting investment dollars from private investors and stuff to start a brewery or a distillery in Nova Scotia right now because it's hot. Everything's hot. Everybody's doing. All the breweries have expanded 3 times in the last year that have set up, other than Bad Apple, I think. So there's money to be made still, but I think we're going to hit a point of saturation, Lee. I don't know if you want to agree with me or not, but
I agree.
We're going to hit a point where unless somebody does a style that hasn't been covered.
Well, Garrison's doing sours now, aren't they?
Oh, are they?
Who is doing? It's either Garrison or Propeller. We're doing one-off
Propeller.
sours.
Propeller.
Oh, Propeller. Okay.
Yeah, and from what I heard, they were using their honey wheat as the base.
Oh, so they're basically almost making Berliner Weiss.
Yeah, they and I think they just launched the second one, which was their. And I'm kind of slow on my sours there, but they're following the main styles of sour with the fruit. I forget. There's 3 of them, and they did the second one, and which I guess sold out. And then the third one later in the spring. So I don't know. Like for people who haven't tried a lot of sours up around here, which is
Basically everybody.
Yeah. Everybody's saying, it's fantastic, it's delicious, but I don't know, I've had the first one, and I don't know, it's sour. I don't know, I don't have anything to compare it against.
Yeah.
Like a good sour, right? So.
Well, maybe it is a good sour, though. Maybe it is a good sour, right? That's the thing.
I know.
Could be good.
I know. Does it pucker up my lips like when I, suck down one of those candies? Like Nerds candy. Is that what I'm supposed to get? Or, I don't know.
I think the key to a great sour is it's really sour, but at the same time it's fucking drinkable. Like
The only problem with the Propeller sour is that the price, and they're having these in these bottles and such. It's a ridiculous price. It is, I believe, I want to say close to $30 for a 650 ml.
Oh, no.
It's well beyond, I think, acceptable beer prices, even for a limited run.
Oh fuck, man!
I think though.
A sour brewed in Niagara on the Lake, which is like Ontario's most expensive area, even more expensive than Toronto. A sour brewed there is only like $15 for a 500.
Yeah.
And that's comparable to prices in the States for sours, depending upon the company. I mean, the more recognizable brands will be more expensive because
what's Duchess de Bourgogne? That's what, 8-ish?
Yeah. I mean, but that's usually for a smaller bottle here.
Yeah, it's too bad we're kind of far, at least, we're kind of far from the other markets that we actually would have sours to compare it against, and I think that
I think the closest you'd have to compare is if you can. I don't know if they still sell Orval in like the private stores in the city or whatever, but have you ever had Orval, Jim?
No, I haven't. I'm trying to think when was the last time. I can recognize the bottle, but man, I can't tell you the last time I saw one somewhere.
How about I know Nick has been getting them in New
New
Brunswick,
Brunswick. Yeah.
Rodenbach, right? How about that? Have you guys? I mean, that's a Flanders. It's still technically
Yeah,
Sauvignon beer.
I'd have to take a look at what the bottle is, but I might have to dig Premier. Now, Premier, one of the privates that have a little bit more extensive collection. That's where I think Nick stops by when he comes
Yeah.
down to Halifax. I think that's where he stops by. They're moving closer. They're moving to a block from my workplace
Nice.
in February, and with a growler refill station. So I'll be able to get some more stuff there. But yeah, yeah, it's not a style that a lot of people drink around here. And to be quite honest with you, so as Lee said, everybody's all excited with Propeller Sour, but when you got nothing, a little while ago we had All Brett pouring at Stillwell, and where everybody was all freaking out with the Brett beer.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing about that Propeller price is the simple fact that if you're trying to get a lot of people into it, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff available.
Especially in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, you can't be charging $32 for a 22-ounce bottle if you're like, hey, try out our sour. I think we're gonna try
What
it.
I've heard here is like because I'm going to troll him because he's here. Nova Scotia is like the Ireland of the beer market. They're so far behind. They're just doing blood shots for the first time.
It's true. There's a lot of it's true there.
But I think it wasn't a big risk for Propeller to do that because they probably didn't make a whole hell of a lot of it, and they're selling it for $30 a bottle. And Halifax is the central spot for beer in Nova Scotia, and that's where you'll get all the college kids, you get all the tourists, you'll get all the scenesters and stuff like that who will pay that for a bottle of the beer. So
well, not only that, Lee, they have a launch afternoon at Stillwell at the beer bar, and they'll serve it into a flute glass. And I believe, I'm trying to remember, it was just a small, maybe I can dig up the picture here in a bit, but the price was like $9 for this half a flute. It was, like I said, it was a ridiculous price to sample this beer, and that's where they sold out 3/4 of the stock. So that the next Monday, because they do this on the Saturday, the next Monday at the brewery, if you're not the first 10 people, you wouldn't get what was left.
So yeah, I could stomach a $9 pour because it's $9 and you get to at least try it. I think when you throw it into 22-ounce bottles or 650 bombers, right? You're talking spending $32 on a single bottle that you have no idea if you're gonna like. I can justify at least to myself like, oh, it's $9. I'm gonna get 6-7 ounces, but at least I'll get to try it, and I'm not spending 3.5 times to 4 times that much.
yeah.
That's why more people probably went to that or are like into it. And if they like it, then they're going to go, hey, maybe I will go spend that $32 on it because I really do enjoy it. And some people say, fuck that noise.
Like Lee in one of his videos there, out of all the seasonal expensive beers this past season, all of them, a good chunk of them, were overpriced, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The ones I tried were all pretty much garbage.
Yeah, like overpriced and garbage. Like the last couple ones were from Prince Edward Island, the Ice Boat. They were stout. They're stout, barrel aged in, was it bourbon barrels?
I can't remember.
Like Jim Beam, I can't remember which barrel from. Very boozy, but no body to go with it.
But the stone fire from Pump House, that was overpriced and it was just weak as hell.
Yeah.
And the Winter Beard was terrible as well as far as the price goes for what you got. So
as far as things going on in New York, Chad, same breweries here doing stuff for Surgeon Big Dish. But this month is funny. We have, speaking of fests, which I'm sure you'll talk about later on, right, your own, there's 2 beer fests this month in Buffalo. One on the 17th and then one on the 31st. Pretty interesting to have 2 fests in the same month, 2 weeks apart, because you would think, hey, that's probably not going to work all that well.
Like mine?
Yeah, pretty much like yours, right? With the last year. the thing is that Aaron and I are actually going to the one this week. But again, you'll see it's more expensive than yours, more expensive than a lot I've been to. Even the ones in Detroit, it's $55 for VIP tickets. It's from 12 to 1 you get VIP. So a lot of special pours, like last year they had Bourbon County Stout and stuff of that nature. And then from 1 to 4 you get regular pours. Here's the difference between yours and theirs: unlimited pours. So it's not. I don't know how well that is. I mean, last year it wasn't bad. Nothing happened, and it was the same thing. But you could sit there for 4 straight hours and get as many beers as you want for $55. Now, if you don't want the VIP and you want the 1 to 4, they have I think a 6 to 9. It's like $35. Still unlimited pours, just you don't get the VIP stuff. And then the one on the 31st is doing the exact same thing. The only difference between the two fests is the one on the 31st is all New York-centric breweries. So a lot of smaller New York breweries that a lot of people have not even had the chance to try because maybe they don't distribute all the way into Western New York. Maybe they're more upstate, more towards New York City. So I guess you can kind of have both of them 2 weeks apart because they're not going to have the same breweries.
Yeah, the big difference being a big discrepancy in breweries would
yeah.
be usable.
Yeah, but it's still for VIP tickets. If you want VIP tickets, which if you go to a fest and there's VIP available, and you're a beer geek like us, beer nerd, beer dweeb, whatever, you're gonna want VIP tickets because for an hour you want to try, the limited beers. That's the point.
If you think about it, right? You say you're coming to mine for $54. Then we're gonna just go under theirs. $54, you're getting 20 samples. Most people aren't gonna be able to drink that.
No, last year, Aaron and I went to it. He had 12, I had 15, including the limited pours within the 4-hour thing. And it was just like, unless you're like speed racing through these things, like going, getting a pour, drinking it instantly, that's a lot of problems with Fest too. You get a beer and you get like this big Imperial Stout. It's fucking almost ice cold. It's like, 34, 35 degrees. You want to let it warm up for at least 10, 15 minutes to try and get something out of that.
It's the problem with everything being on tap, right? That's why That's why I love the breweries that actually bring their stuff in the bottles, because the bottles are just sitting out. They're warm.
Yep.
They're great.
Bose did that last year at yours, which was really cool.
Yeah, Bose and Sawdust City. They were the only two. Everybody else was pouring off of taps.
Yeah, but the only thing I'll say about the fest, the last two thing is the fact that they're both 55 for VIP. It's like, I think if you wanted to go to both of them, that's spending $110 is. And none of that involves, there's no food or anything and things of that nature, so you're looking at a pretty penny. I chose the 17th one because there's a lot of breweries that are coming that are cool, Stone, Firestone Walker, things of that nature that I'd like to try still, some of the regular stuff that I don't get as much as I want to. I went to it last year and it was a good time. So,
should we get Greg, Guy, and Ron's what they're drinking and then move on?
Yeah, what are you guys drinking?
Evening, gents.
Good evening, Greg.
Greg.
What are you drinking?
I'm just drinking some homebrew cider at the moment. Some homebrew fruit cider. That's all.
Right on. Guy, what are you drinking, sir?
Guten Nacht. Russian Gun Imperial Stout from Grand River. Just picked up 2 before coming here.
Woo.
Wow.
Tastes like water.
I was gonna say, is it buttery? Because it's usually buttery.
Ew.
Sort of.
They're that bad, are they? Just diactyl all to hell.
I don't know if it's a brewing fault or if it's their trademark that they put in their beer, because every one of their beers is buttery.
You just drop a stick of butter in every bottle. What are you drinking, Ron?
Hello, folks. I'm drinking Colt 45 malt liquor.
I suspected as much, considering your previous video. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a 40-ounce bottle, so. And that video went very well, by the way. It was rollicking, to say the least.
Did anyone do it in under 10 minutes?
Tiny Tim wasn't there, but no, we were examining it more than slamming it. But it was fun, we kept it real, we were keeping it real and handling ours.
You know what? I'd love to see Paul trying that. I bet you he could do it in under 2 minutes.
Oh, you're talking the Cantankerous Cook?
Yeah.
Oh, he could put that thing down in under 20 seconds.
Wow.
Man, that would be something to get on camera.
Would he vomit it all back in a bucket, though?
No,
I
because
don't know.
it's not Guinness.
We wanted to really take our time and take in all the nuances of cold 45 malt liquor, though. So
Nuances. All right.
Question, Jay. Did you have feedback issues again, like you guys have been having lately in your chats?
no,
That going? No. I was going to say because watching the examinations back, the problem is not everyone has headphones, or if they don't have headphones, they have their speakers up too loud. The last couple examinations you had, Beer Cub has been the guy, him and his wife. He every time that you guys would talk, and I'd watch it back, his feed would always show up, which means it was echoing out of his computer back at him because he had it too loud. Yeah.
Right, we told him there was some kind of problem, and I think he had his, like you're saying, he had his speakers jacked up so loud that it was doubling back.
Yeah,
and,
it was him. For
one
sure.
of these other guys, I know who it is. I told him, I said, you cannot have your phone on at the same time. I said, you've got two channels broadcasting, and they're feeding into each other. And I've had to kind of block him a little bit, not block him, but mute him. It's not that difficult to figure out, but some people have a real problem getting a handle on it. There was a problem about a month ago with a generalized echo going on in Google that was not related to people's mics being turned up too loud. It was just happening all around, and then I think Google solved that problem, though.
Yeah, because
tonight was pretty good without the echo issue.
Because Joe and I are speculating where your examinations seem to have like a really big rotating cast of like new people popping in once in a while. They're probably not familiar with using Google Hangouts, right? So.
Oh no, they're not, and so it's hard to explain. You know, they're not real expert on computers and broadcasting and microphones and sound and audio, and or audio is the same thing, you know. But so we have some standby people that always come. We have some people that want to come, but they can't because of they have to watch kids or whatever. And then we have some people that used to come. They no longer show up for inexplicable reasons. And I'll leave it at that. But anyway, they don't love us a long time anymore or whatever. I don't know.
Nice. And also, speaking of other people who can't use Google Hangouts properly, I just want to give a shout out to that Barrick guy on Joe D's Hangouts. That mother.
What does he do?
He does. He's just ignorant. Is what he does. He doesn't seem to know how to use a Google Hangout to save his life. He just sort of sits there and people tell him, "Put your headphones on. Put your headphones on." He's just like, oh. And then he pulls out a handgun and shows it off in the chat. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you, sir?
But he tells them that he's not threatening anybody, my friends, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mentioned no names.
He doesn't go around saying he'll shoot people if they come up to him in real life, you know.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to know.
Thing about Joe D's share a beer or whatever, he used to be really awesome because he would interact with his viewers and like talk to people and stuff.
Yeah.
And he says it's not like, you know, Ron's Jay's thing where he's examining beers, so it's not like you're really, you know, taking questions from your, you know, from your audience or your viewers. But he would always say this is a share a beer and we want to hear. All of a sudden, one week they just stopped interacting with the viewers and just basically would just talk amongst one another, and they kind of lost me at that point because it's like I don't know why I'm watching. There's no set topics. You're not doing anything specific. You're just talking like friends. It's like we can't even interact with you. The hell is that?
Right. You could just go sit at a restaurant and watch people talk.
It's like I can't say anything because they won't hear me or they're just ignoring me. It's like okay, that's
because I try to send them comments on the YouTube, on their question and answer thing, on the Google Plus feed, whatever. It's like nothing.
They used to designate someone to read the comments, sort of like we have here. They would do it every 10 minutes.
Do we have any?
Can I raise a topic real fast?
Sure.
Albino Rhino, Chad.
Yes.
One thing I would like to talk about is video beer reviewers who never respond to people, or if they do respond, it's in an offhand manner that I always take as sort of an insult. But I mean that's something that really gets under my skin.
Yeah, don't talk about Greg's beer reviews like that. He does no
Cheers.
such thing.
How did I know?
Yeah. Greg's beer reviews is probably the worst offender of that. I mean, say what you want about Greg, but you send him a comment like he'll be reviewing a beer, Bell's Two Hearted Ale, he'll be reviewing that, and you go, yeah, I really like this beer, Greg, but this last year's one wasn't as good. It had this hops and this hops here, and what do you think about this, Greg? And do you think they've reduced the hops here on this? And he'll be like, cheers.
Yeah. Well,
That bothers me to no end. Every day I take time
Why
out.
does it bother so? Sorry, Ron.
I'm gonna tell you why it bothers me.
No, why does it bother if he's going to do that? I mean, he's basically just talking into a camera and doesn't even want to interact with his viewers, for want of a better term.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal is, because he can't be making... If he's making any money off it, he can't be making all that much.
Well, maybe his memory's not that good. He's forgetting whatever happened during that video. He doesn't remember what that beer tastes like.
Yeah.
Here's what he told me. He said, first of all, he always, and I'm not trying to put down Greg, I watch all of his, any beer I drink, I watch his video, okay? And he does know what he's talking about. Okay, but here's what he told me. On air, we talked. He said, well, I have over 12,000 subscribers. He likes to bring those topics up. And I said, Greg, let me ask you a question about those subscribers.
How many are real?
I said, did you hire? No, I said, did you hire one of those services that pull a crowd for you and manufacture subscribers? And he admitted that he did. I said, okay.
Wow.
He said, and I also don't. He said, so I have so many people commenting, I don't have time. He said, I got a lot of stuff to do in my life, and I don't have time to respond, so I just give those quick comments. I said, okay. I didn't get in an argument. I wanted to know. I don't care if people hire a service. I have never hired a service. But if you hire a service to pull a crowd, I have a problem with you on air bragging about the enormous amount of subscribers that you have when probably 90% of those people never even watch the videos,
Why the fuck are you hiring a service when you just review beer?
The bigger question is his life really that busy?
Well, I mean, you sit here and I go out. I have my kids. I have my job. I have this. I have a festival. I try to answer everything. There are some that I miss, or I might not get to them for a week. But I try to get to everyone because I do this because I've made so many friends out of it. Be it in the industry, in the review world, outside of the review world. You make a lot of friendships out of it. You make a lot of relationships. It's a fun time. It's sharing something that you love. So I do try to respond to everybody. I know Lee does. I know Jay does. Most people do, and it's the polite thing to do if somebody's wasted. And I'm going to say wasted for lack of a better word. If somebody's wasted their time to watch your video on beer, the least you can do is take 30 seconds to respond to them.
Right. You're right. And I can name the names of people who never respond, who are doing it to me for a business. I don't know what's going on around here. And it's insulting. So these people that never respond, guess what? I don't ever leave comments. I watch the video and I never leave a comment because they never have anything to say.
Although, just to clear the air here, although I do try to respond to everybody, I do so sort of sarcastically because, honestly, I don't care what they think. I just try to make them think I care what they think.
And we all know that, Lee.
It gives me secret joy to think that the little people
Well,
are appreciated.
if it's you or Lee, sorry, if it's you or Guy or Nick or even Jay, I usually just troll you and answer you with one line, just to piss you off.
Yeah. Well, I just thought your vocabulary was that limited.
It is.
I think there's a few times where because I know that this is a hot topic with Jay at times, sometimes I'll just write cheers to him when he writes something on the wall.
But
I take it personally because to me it's like the beer hobby that I've been doing since 1996 is like a big interesting thing to me. It's like I'm very involved in it. So when people are offhand with me and blow me off, I take offense to it because I never blow people off ever.
So that's the thing. The keyword you use there is hobby, and for all you guys that review beer on YouTube, it's a hobby, and that's what it is. And it's crazy to me if you were to have a channel and you take time out of your life to film reviews and film this and film that, and like he does. He actually has like 2 separate channels. He has that, and then he has his own Greg Puckett channel where he posts all of his beer mails and beer hauls and what's in the fridge today, guys, and all that stuff. But if you're doing all that, wouldn't you want to interact and share that with your viewers and people that, I don't know, that are interested in your hobby? That's where you lose me. It's like I don't think you can make enough money or really any money in beer tubing.
No.
Really, you can't.
Well, I mean, if he's not interacting, then you have to ask why is he doing the videos? What is the purpose of his videos if it isn't to interact with his audience?
Exactly, Greg. That's what it always comes down to. I don't like it. Does he just get the joy of maybe filming a review and posting up? Does he want people to know what he thinks but doesn't care what they think? Like it's I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Now one of the things that you can do here, like when you look at anybody's videos and stuff, and when you question that kind of stuff, a lot of them will leave their stats open. So when you watch a video, down with the share and then the 3 dots more, you can see statistics. And when you click on time viewed, you can actually see the average time that people watch their videos. And if somebody keeps posting a 10-minute beer review and the average view is less than half or something like that, then you know that nobody's really watching the video. They're not watching the whole review because the good stuff is at the end, right?
Yeah, you're probably not watching the review, or you're watching the Terry K review. I love Terry K, but man, it's tough to watch 18 to 20
Terry's
reviews.
cool.
I love Terry.
He knows. He acknowledges it all the time.
He does too. It's great. He starts like every single video he starts it, and then like halfway through he'll just be like, "Oh, I haven't even smelled the beer yet," and it's like 8 minutes in.
He's got a sense of humor. That's what I like about him.
First and foremost, I'm going to throw out a good day to Chris.
Oh,
yeah. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. We have 2. Oh, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Just back on hobbies and comments. For those that are willing enough to share, also have to be on that side of criticism, I suppose, if it is comments. Because if you were doing a hobby at home where you weren't being filmed, you were just brewing away, and someone just popped in the door and made a comment, you're obviously going to be a bit more sensitive to what they have to say when they're commenting on your hobby.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm confused.
I do that to people. I'm just getting on about that. I understand how much weight can be thrown in a comment, even if it's just something simple that someone's just kind of throwing out there, when you've already gone about something with strong enough passion to put it out there on the internet.
Yeah, when you open yourself up to an audience, I mean, you've got to give some consideration to that audience. I mean, like you're saying there, it's not the same if you're just doing a hobby by yourself at your home that you're not sharing with anyone, then fine, whatever, do your hobby, have fun. But if you're actually sharing that hobby online with other people, I mean, isn't the whole reason for that, for conversation, communication, things of that nature? And if you're not engaging in that, and then why are you doing it? I mean, you're essentially...
Right.
I mean, that's exactly what I was getting at, Lee. I mean, sorry, Ron. It's kind of... You hit the nail on the head there. I mean, people that interact, yeah, fine. People like Greg, hate to keep harping on Greg, but you have to kind of sit back and ask, well, why are these people even bothering being on YouTube in the first place? I mean, what is their purpose?
And with Greg, it's even more telling.
Jesus, there's so many Gregs on here now.
So many Gregs, yeah. The Greg we're shitting on, not Greg 2. The Greg we're shitting on.
We're not picking on him. We're talking about what's happening. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I will say this: he is obviously, and I'm not trying to be incredibly negative on the guy, but he is obviously very ill-equipped for dealing with online interactions, because the first time those Wiseman Committee videos of him started showing up under the original account, Hey Fridge, that guy, he didn't know how to take it. He was like trying to get their channel taken down, and he was all put out, and he was afraid that he was going to lose subscribers and stuff like that. And I was like, dude, you've been on the internet now for like, at that point, like 4 or 5 years, and you don't know how the shit works at this point, and you're scared you're going to lose subscribers because there's a parody account somewhere having a little fun at your existential.
Couldn't you just buy the subscribers back?
Anyway, we're 51 minutes in. We haven't gotten to any topics. We haven't gotten to anything. So first, there's 2 questions. Winter is coming. Asked us, what's our go-to beer right now, and what's the beer that always pops back up as our go-to beer? Really, I don't have a go-to beer per se. I do try to drink something new all the time. That's the only way you can get up to almost 2,800 beers. But the beer I usually have in the fridge, probably Innocent Gun Original.
That's
for me,
close to mine. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. For me, since Chad mentioned it,
+1 on the Vickers Cross.
up is probably either Fuller's Porter or Propeller Porter.
Fuller's Porter's a nice beer.
Alrighty. E, how about you?
No, it's close. I got the Innocent Gun, the rum finish. That's always cheap at my LCBO. It's always there, and either that or the Rhyme and Reason.
I know you're French, but E and Guy.
Yeah, that's He heard Guy. Oh, is that E and Guy?
No, but those are good choices. E.
Now, my go-to's Hill Farmstead Arthur, just because I. No, Chad, I'm like you. I don't have a go-to. It's whatever the season is and whatever I happen to buy more than a 6-pack of, if that ever happens. So I don't have a go-to.
Oh, I know what Ewart does. He just crushes up the fucking Z stem into a fine powder and serves it.
Z stem.
Z stem, sir.
How about yourself, Jay?
Z.
Go-to.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, Rolling Rock right now because I wanted to get the new bottle for my bottle collection because they changed the label. So, also, right now, Negro Modelo, because they sent me a bunch of money to buy beer. If I agreed to make a bunch of promotional videos where I use these spices that they sent me and cooked food and drank the beer on video and said good things about it. So I have a bunch of Negro Modelo.
Oh, what? You're a sellout. What a sellout.
So you just agreed to be in. You just admitted right on camera that you are a whore for Negro Modelo.
I'm teasing.
Correct.
But said correct. I like it.
He's R&D. He's R&D in the field.
But to qualify that assertion, when Negro Modelo, and that is who is Negro Modelo? That's Grupo Modelo, and who is that? InBev. Well, whatever. When they contacted me, I told the lady, I said, look, I'm not just going to get on video and brag about the beer because you sent it to me for free. And she said, oh, no, we already watched your video. You gave it an A-. I said, fair enough, send it along. And so they sent me all this beer, and I mean a lot of it, a hell of a lot. And beyond that, they sent me this box of spices that you can dry rub, that you can rub on different meat, pork, fish, chicken, and beef. And they said, if you just make videos eating that food and drinking the beer, we'll be happy. I said, that's a good deal. So I've been doing it. I have one more video left to make, and I think I'm going to do this one with beef.
At least you're open about it. Some people wouldn't be.
Now, out of all those spices, are there any ones you did not like?
No way. Those are awesome. Awesome. Wonderful. It's from a company called the Spice House, who I do not work for, but it's really good. It was delicious. And I had to buy the meat. I had to buy all the meat, but I didn't care because I ate it, right? So and the beer is good. I mean, Negro Modelo is a good beer. I enjoy drinking it. I have, like I said, one more video set up to do. I'm trying to figure out what kind of meat to do and how to prepare it, but well, yeah, it was a really fun project, but that's a standby beer only because of the situation at hand. Otherwise, I probably really wouldn't have Negro Modelo in the fridge, you know, typically.
Alrighty, Christopher.
Year by year, I brew a elderberry stout, and that's generally my home brewed solution. It's going to change this year because the bushes died. So it went from fresh berries to jam to jelly to extract. So this year I might skip it and do a brew it with the elderberry extract. But if I'm gonna go pick something up at the store, another one of those beers that I found to be a diamond in a brewery's self-induced rough would be Fax Danish Festbach.
Wow.
Alrighty, Gregory, how about yourself? Your go-to beer?
My go-to beer basically is whatever I'm brewing at home, my home brew, which is usually mostly English style ales, porters, maybe stouts. Store-bought beer, one that I always go back to in the store would be Theakston Old Peculiar.
What is it?
Theakston Old Peculiar.
Oh,
Like a
yeah, okay.
dark red ale.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I like the UK style beers, kind of like Leader.
And for yourself, Troll?
Considering it's the only beer that I've drank more than once over the past month, I'd say Founder CBS, my go-to beer.
You fucker.
I don't have access to a vast expanse of beers over here in Ireland. Sorry, I just meant to say that. Unless I order it online, and then it can get really expensive with shipping and everything. So.
In reality, my go-to beer is whatever I'm gonna drink next. I have so much, stock, whether it's in my fridge or my cellar, that like Chad and Ewart, I usually just whatever I want to try next is the beer that my go-to beer.
Yeah, there are beers that I'll buy a second time around, but there's just so many new things out there, and since I want to always try new things, my beer allowance usually goes to new things.
If I'm out and about at like a craft beer bar or out and they have it, I'd say my go-to beer would probably be Ithaca Flower Power, because it's readily available around here and it's usually fresh and it's really good when it's fresh.
And then our last comment that we have to talk about was the Fish Dog. I don't know if he's still here or not, but stumbled across this discussion. I'm in the UK, loads of beers on the market. Prices are being pushed down by discount stores selling craft beer prices and real ales. I wish that could happen here, first off, and second off, well, welcome to you if you're still here.
There's some other comments here. Greg Bylog said he might jump in later. Jason Spears is watching. And Reviewing Under Influence says he's cracking a Lucifer for the night. Cheers.
Alrighty, cheers to everybody. Now let's throw into some of our topics since we're an hour in.
Yes.
Wow, we got sidetracked fast tonight.
We did.
Not that it's a problem, I'm just saying, wow, we got sidetracked fast. A reshuffling of power over at St. James Gate. This one's all for Gregory there. There's quietly been a reshuffle on the top floor over at the Guinness Distillery Diageo's top man in Ireland, Paul Armstrong, has stepped down. So he was with the company, 30, 40 years almost?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he stepped down. They've replaced him with a guy about 10, 15 years younger than him. They don't know for sure if he's going to have the same power Mr. Armstrong had because he doesn't have the experience. And he's only been with the company, they say he's a senior man. He's been with the company like 12 years. So compared to Armstrong, nothing. Interesting thing, though. But yeah, they stress that he wasn't fired. He actually just stepped down. They do make fun of craft beer in the article, saying that, there's been a movement of horrible beards and bikes that don't work very well that has helped hurt Guinness. I don't know. Guinness is actually, for a big brewery that's always stood with just one beer, they seem to be becoming sort of innovative over the last few years. The West Indy Porter, the Blonde Ale, the Red Stout, all that. Whether or not you like the stuff, they're actually trying different things.
I don't know if it's so much innovative, Chad, as basically to coin a phrase over here, they're being crafty whores.
I
think there's a huge element of that, and to be quite honest with you, I haven't tasted any of the new beers yet, but knowing Guinness, I would say they're being more on the sneaky side than actually genuinely innovative.
I have a lot of admiration for Guinness.
Although, usually when they release new stuff, it's always just like some slightly different take on your original Guinness. So now they're sort of branched out a little bit, trying to make a couple different things. sort of the same way Newcastle was doing there the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm curious about what comes across sometimes from a big brewer as sneaky. As I was at a focus group last night, which you would all love to be a part of, for Miller Lite,
Wow.
and we watched 3 test ads. And the idea was give your impression of the ad and what you think they're doing. And when they started mentioning that they use triple hops in Miller Lite, I think I wrote something down about I'm under the impression they're just trying to bamboozle all of us. I got that general feeling of it seemed like sneakiness, but on the other hand, if they're trying to play a little bit of catch up, you gotta allow the boys to kind of play along a little bit, or else it seems like it's kind of taking sides from one side to the other. So if Guinness wants to come up with a red lager, go ahead and try it, but I don't think it should be looked at with a grain of salt of looking at the shortcomings first of a brewery. Saying, yeah, it's Guinness, and they're going to give this a shot. Just go into it wide open and see what Guinness Pilsner or whatever it tastes like.
That's the best way to do it. Just jump into the beer and rate the beer on its own merit and forget it. I mean, even if the brewery is a real scumbag brewery, I mean, forget that and try the product and see if the product's good. That's the general rule of thumb for me, anyway. So.
Sure.
Yeah, the Guinness Blonde American Lager was pretty good. That was the first of their Discovery series. It's nice.
But I think in advertisements they're going to keep throwing this stuff at you, like the Yankee Jim slow brewed slogan. They've got everything for you. They've been listening, and it's all here on the table for you now with quadruple fermentation and triple hops and what have you. They're trying.
Those are just buzz marketing phrases, though. For honestly, not even for craft beer drinkers. That's for like the regular people. Like, oh, this ain't Budweiser. This stuff's triple fermented with 18 hops and stuff. Like, yeah,
I think they're just buzzwords to appeal to the hipsters, for want of a better way of saying it.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, Miller and their triple hop, like that's such a joke. Like, if you can taste hops in Miller, then good on you.
Can I say something?
No. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
I think one issue with all of that triple hopping and all of those type of things that irritate us to no end. I think the situation with that probably if you go back to 1975 when they first came out with Light from Miller, they probably always triple hopped it. But at the time, it was not anything that people had thought about or cared about.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't talk about it. People drank Miller Lite. Okay, fine, they drank it. Then, with the onrush of the craft brew movement of the last 25 to 30 years, they do all this marketing, right? Like what marketing research, what's going to attract people, whatever. So they say, well, some of these people are really into the ingredients, and hops is the big thing right now. So they said, well, oh yeah, it's triple hopped. Now,
they
may not mean anything, but
what does
they figure that.
mean? Do they mean it's triple the amount of hops that they normally put in Miller? Does it mean
just
triple-
three different types of hops.
put in 3 different times, three
No.
different hops? What are?
No, but if you look on their website, it's pretty informative. Like they'll say, well, we add hops 3 different times to the boil.
Okay, so it's not triple hopped. It's just hopped.
Exactly.
It's hopped at 3 different stages. They
But
don't
that's not triple hopping.
well,
That's the same thing. That's the same thing that Dogfish Head does.
Yeah.
Triple hopping would basically be being putting in 3 times the normal amount of hops.
That would be triple.
no, they're not doing that.
Yeah. What hops do they use in Miller anyway?
Well, this is the other question I was going to ask. How many of you
I think they talk about that on the website.
does the website have the same answers that the AMA had? Have you guys all read the different AMAs that come out? The big brewers actually put on AMAs where they give you their scientists. Their scientists come out on an Ask Me Anything, and you can ask them anything, and they will answer it openly. And that's the greatest thing about the big brewers is, as much as on their bottles and everything, they usually try to hide things. At these AMAs, they'll answer everything. And Miller had an AMA, and they were asking why MGD and other Miller products in clear bottles don't skunk. And it came out that they actually use a hop extract that they have completely trademarked that does not skunk. This extract has none of the isotopes in it that actually turn into skunk spray.
That's
So,
good.
Galena hops. Galena hops.
Galena hops, okay. So,
Yeah, if you write to Dr. David Ryder at Miller, he'll probably answer the questions. Yeah.
If you're brewing with Galena hops, what they offer aside from bittering is truly not much. If I ever want to make a stout in a hurry, Galenas are kind of my Yosemite Sam dynamite. Poof, you got bitterness right there.
so it's a bitterness. It's not a flavor hop at all. So that's probably more a traditional bittering hop like Comet or something like that. That's not even really used anymore.
It's probably the hop they use to make their trademarked hop extract out of. It's probably the original hop that they boil down and then they pull out their isotopes on.
Don't they call that tetra hops or something like that? After the process is done, don't they call that like tetra hops or something like that that can't skunk?
When you brew a light lager, though, if you were to make one at home, you don't talk about hops, because if you brewed a light lager to a T, enter in a competition, and they pick up on hops, well, brother, you fail.
Yeah, it's out of style. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
Well, that's the whole point I was trying to make. Miller knows it's a bunch of bunk, but they figure, hell, we'll talk about it. Hops are the big thing right now.
Well, I think the other side of that coin is that the fact that that's part of their advertising campaign, craft beer people pick up on that and say, "Oh, triple hop," and then they use that as an attack against them because there's no hops in this shit. So, I mean, you can't win either way.
That's the other thing, right? There are hops that don't have any flavor, but are used for bittering, but then you get no bitterness on it, then they didn't use much of it. But does it matter? No, who cares? If you like the beer, you like the beer.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm just saying, for any craft beer drinker out there that has not read them, go out and find the AMAs. Actually, the Duchette shared one of the ones from Bud with me.
Sorry, Chad, what's an AMA for?
And ask me anything. It's the big guys in the industry will come out with an AMA session, and they'll go online, and a bunch of users will just ask them questions, and they will answer them. The AMAs are actually very, very informative for anyone that actually wants to go and read it, and it's more informative on the science of brewing, because these are actually brewing scientists that are telling you it, not just brewers, but the big guys brewing scientists, and they're an amazing thing to read. If you haven't read them, go out and do it.
I'm going to try to do that tomorrow. That's interesting.
Yeah. Before I go on to our next topic, I'm going to show you what I'm drinking next, which is a big guy's beer.
Does it taste like water?
No, it tastes like it used to taste like, except it's no longer as tasty because it's been filtered so much, and it's no longer hazy because it's been filtered so much. But it doesn't go bad in a week and a half in the store any longer. Anyway, this was an article in the Globe and Mail, and I'm not even going to actually read the article. I'm just going to touch on one thing, because this is something that I think we as people that are reading beer topics or beer stories or reading from beer blog. This isn't a beer blogger; it's actually a Globe and Mail author, but anyone that's actually reading anything should fight for fact checking, basically. Anyway, the title of the article was 3 Surprising Craft Beers Worth Trying Right Now, and it was written by Signa Langford. And here's the first line. The first line of this article. With an estimated 150 craft breweries across Canada, and I'm just going to stop there, I'm not going to go any further, there is an estimated 155 operating breweries in Ontario alone right now. Jordan St. John told me the number is probably closer to 400, and 380 of them are 320 of them are probably brick and mortar breweries. So where is your actual fact checking here? I mean, how could this go to print? Is there not a fact checker?
He probably went to the Wikipedia article, that's probably 3 years or 4 years out of date or some shit.
It just boggles my mind. 150 across Canada. There's more than that in Ontario, albeit not all brick and mortar in Ontario. Your brick and mortar is probably about 80 of those 152, but there is more than 150 in Ontario alone.
Yeah, I mean that's just lazy fact checking. That's Oh, I go on Google and search for a source that's like 4 or 5 years old, and I'll use that because no one will check me, no one will fact check me, no one cares.
Chad, Chad, I read articles all the time that have errors, glaring, terrible errors in them. So apparently, editing has gone by the wayside.
Yeah, and these and to be fair, these articles for like beer and stuff, they're
Can
not.
anybody say food, babe?
Yeah, food babe. They're not considered serious articles of news and stuff like that. And I mean, even news has plenty of errors and shit too, right? But I mean, you see this stuff. This is just flippant. This is more like entertainment news articles than anything else. Is what they're considered because you see like whole websites developed around them, like BuzzFeed and crap like that.
Kind of like reality TV, inverted commas.
Yeah, pretty much.
Even if they throw out a number, whether the number is accurate or not, what particular is it that they're getting at? Are they talking about the?
Well, they were trying to say with the amount of beers available, these are 3 worth trying. But again, their number is so small, it's not even funny. Yeah, if you're looking at Manitoba, Manitoba has 3 breweries. Okay, I understand. But across Canada, when you're adding Quebec, you're adding Ontario, you're adding BC, you're adding Alberta, there is a lot of breweries out there.
Even the Maritimes were up like 20 plus at this point.
I read an article today on Rolling Stone magazine that had a bunch of errors in it.
Yeah, it's just sad to see editing go so bad, and it's such a glaring number of
Laziness.
He's more than 50% off from just brick and mortar breweries. That's what agitates me in that one. And this is somebody actually getting paid by a big publication to publish a story.
Chad, my question to that would be, when something like what you just described happens, is there anybody out there that actually pulls them up and just says, hold on a minute, you got it way wrong?
Oh,
No,
there's been a bunch of comments on the article saying you're an idiot, basically. But and it's been edited, but that number hasn't been edited. That number was left in.
They don't read that shit. They don't care. They'll get to the point where if enough people criticize them, they'll just turn the comments off on the section. Is what they'll do.
It's true. That's what they'll do. Then they start censoring you as soon as you've started harassing them enough.
I don't know if that's fair. I think it's naive to think that editors don't read the comments when they're writers. Obviously, they're not editing. They're not fact-checking. Their people are coming in with whatever numbers, and they're trusting that their facts and values are correct. For the most part, they're going to edit certain things in terms of the point of view and all those, maybe how opinionated it is or whatever, in the best interest of the paper. That's what editors do. Fact-checking, obviously, they don't do a good job of, and if people point it out, they're going to say, hey, to their guy. I mean, it'd be stupid for them to ignore the fact that their facts are wrong if a bunch of people point it out. It's just, I mean, nothing's going to happen to the writers. Say, hey, it's a coaching opportunity. Hey, get your shit together. We look stupid right now. That's funny.
But it goes back. I think it goes back to what I said here is that these articles aren't taken as serious as, like, say, fact checking on how many people were killed in a shooting yesterday or something like that, where people might get outraged about that. People getting outraged at whether your facts on beer are correct or not, they'd probably just turn the comments off and censor before they.
No, true. The importance level isn't nearly as high, but somebody somewhere is taking that job seriously. Maybe it's a stepping stone for them in their journalistic careers. Maybe it's just, who knows. But some people take parts of that seriously, and editors, when they're looking at their team of writers, they got a lot of young blood looking to make a name for themselves. And if I got a guy who's not getting his facts straight because everybody else is pointing it out, and I got another guy who's not having that, guess what? When it comes down to cutting, I'm going to get rid of the guy who can't get his basic facts right. So, I mean, it may not mean a whole lot, but in a grand scheme of things, but in a small microcosm, it does mean something. Just, we don't see it.
But well put, your. Pardon me. I was just going to ask you, Chad, that headline, I'm just scoping into journalism now. Did it finish with an exclamation mark?
I don't know. I just closed the thing.
Okay. Because I just want to see what kind of level this style of writing is on.
Because it's not on a very good level, and the beers he told you to try weren't all that great.
Because it sounds like BuzzFeed is what it sounds like. It sounds like frivolous.
It was in the Globe and Mail.
Yeah, no, but I mean, every major newspaper has their little BuzzFeed section where it's just flip it, throw away fucking articles about bullshit.
Okay, we've talked about a whole bunch of horrible ingredients in our beers before and things we wouldn't try. How about that Icelandic beer that is made with smoked whale testicles?
Garbage.
Have you tried
Hey,
it?
do you get a lot of smoky testicle flavor? I mean,
You know what? I've never even tried the prairie oyster beer, and I think it would make me gag, but I'd be willing to try it.
I go back to that comment from the Vanquished Ding from Beer Advocate. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
well,
ahead.
I mean, okay, you put whale balls in a beer or whatever. I mean,
Smoked
anything,
whale balls.
yeah, anything bad in it's going to be boiled out of the beer anyway, so it's not like that's a big issue. So it is a gimmick beer, but I mean, what it boils down to is what the taste is. Is the taste good? Does it taste smoky? Is it interesting? Does it have like a smoky slash maritime sort of sea salt kind of taste, like maybe like a peated scotch or something like that? Then yeah, go for it. Whatever.
Now, I'm not about to put on a burlap sack and take a bite out of a big granola bar, but I'm just curious, are they slaying the whales just for the testicles?
No.
No, it's probably a byproduct.
No way.
Well,
Pretty
there
sure you
is that.
slay whales to tick them off on Untapped.
No,
Oh, zing.
they do make those Russian SUVs are worth what $10 million. That the seats are made out of whale leather penis.
Okay.
Only Vladimir Putin would sit on that chair.
Wait, did you say whale leather penis or whale penis leather? What?
Well, penis
What's
leather.
happening? I don't understand.
That's
Well,
how. Penis leather. That's what. Yeah, the seats are made of penis leather.
Okay,
Leather?
well, he is French. You have to excuse me. He gets a couple words backwards. You know.
I don't think that's a French translation. That's just a general like humanitarian like translation. Like, what
Before I
the
jump
fuck is
on to the
happening?
next comment, is there any comment? Sorry, the next
Okay,
topic.
I'll just give a little check here.
All I know is I put my headset back on. I took it off for a second. And I heard
How about
whale
you
leather penis.
show your show
Whale
your
leather
face?
penis. I don't.
No. Speaking of penis, Joe, show your face.
That's not cool. That's not cool, Jameson.
Okay, there's no new comments, so well, let's go back to penis face.
Okay. Next topic was a article that came up in the Times, and this article came up basically because of the class action lawsuit that went against AB InBev on Kirin Ichabod, which is now brewed in the U.S., not over in Japan. Class action lawsuit, you can get up to, what is it, $50 back, something like $4 a case for every case you bought from 2009 until now. If you still have your receipts, if you don't have your receipts, you can get something like $24 back. But this article was five imported beers that are really brewed in the USA. There is a lot of beers that have this done with them, but not just in the USA, in Canada too.
Yeah.
Kirin Ichabod was the first one. There was actually only one of them I didn't know, and I think the ones in Canada are still brewed in Jamaica, to be honest. But Beck's was next. Yeah, Beck's okay. Foster's Lager. Foster's Lager has been brewed in Canada forever now. I mean, I've never had an Australian.
Is it ever brewed in Australia? Because they say they never even see it there for most part. So
Yeah, it was there originally, and I've heard from a few people that it's still there, but very, very, very seldom.
I always get Australians saying, "This beer isn't even drank in Australia, you dumb American idiot."
Killian's Irish Red. The whole time I've ever known of that beer, I've known of it being brewed in the U.S. as well. And Red Stripe from Diageo, apparently.
Yeah,
I did not know that Red Stripe was.
Yeah, Red Stripe. I think that was only in the last few years. Red Stripe switched to.
I know. I'm pretty sure the ones that we get in the LCBO are still Jamaican.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna have to go and look at one just to make sure. But like here in Ontario, Sapporo is brewed here, not in Japan.
Yeah, Sleeman. Yeah.
Yeah, Sleeman brews it.
It says that on the can, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I had Foster's. It said it was from Australia, so it must be from Australia. Is it?
Did it say Australia's beer, or did it say brewed in Australia? Because the cans that you get of it that are brewed here in Ontario say Australia's #1 beer, but then in small writing on it says brewed in Toronto, Ontario.
No, it was brewed in Australia. And same with my red stripe. Yeah.
I'm curious about one thing. As with any major product, once it gets big, and big upon big, it has a tendency to get watered down just to fleet to the population. So any like major brand, A&W, KFC, Labatt Blue, Old English, any of that kind of shit. I am curious as to what the original product must have tasted like. Now I'm just kind of curious about Foster's because I've heard about this name for eons. Do we have any idea how old the name of Foster's beer is?
Yes.
I see.
Jay would be the one to tell you. Jay is the beer historian.
Yeah.
I think Foster's was introduced in 1883, or it might have been 1889, in Australia by two brothers. They were English immigrants to Australia. You know, it was all one big empire then, so it was really, they were just in a different part of the country. But it was developed, and it was not terribly popular. It was a lager. Then around the 1920s and 30s, it started to become a big beer, and eventually it became the beer of Australia. The premier beer of Australia, sort of like the Budweiser of America. That continued to be the case until, I think, the late 1980s, when they did a few little missteps in their marketing, and they turned people away, and it started to become the Schlitz of Australia, and now it's obscure. But I don't think they ever changed the recipe, and I think their claim to fame was their Pride of Ringwood hops, which is a type of hops that are only grown in two parts of Australia, Tasmania and some other place. They also use those hops in the North American production, but they always touting the Pride of Ringwood hops.
Okay. Now I'm curious. I was watching some old Michael Jackson videos the other night and talking about the original process of, Pilsner Urquell, and it's obviously 300 different stages different from what it was. And I don't think they were making. I don't know if they were making Fosters in barrels. Maybe they were, but I am curious as to what an original Foster's product would have tasted like. I have every idea as to what it tastes like today.
Before it became modernized, you mean? What was it like back in the good old days?
Yeah, I'm not one of those like grunge kids that I don't like it now that it's popular. I guess that's a hipster now, but I think there is something to say of any major product's original innovation at its ground steps.
Right. One good thing to do that you can get a handle on that, I've found, is you go back and you try to research old magazine and television or radio advertisements for the beer from decades ago. People had created this myth about Budweiser, that Budweiser was very different in the early days, and I read some funny articles where people, and these are in big publications, saying, well, Budweiser never was the same since when they started using rice. Well, that must have been in 1876, because if you look at the original Budweiser labels from 1876, it's the same ingredients as today. So there's a lot of mythology in the beer world. But if you look at those old Foster's ads from around 1970, they describe the beer the same way as today. Crisp, it's refreshing, it's light-bodied.
Yeah.
It pairs well with so many
I think the only
appetizers.
thing you can say about the beer, like Bud back from 18 whatever until now, is as things change, you can still just write rice and it can be a rice extract. You can still write malt and it can be a malt extract.
Correct.
You can do that, and I mean, unless you're actually there at the brewery or you're there at a lab that's ripped it apart, you're never going to know the full actual makeup of a beer. Again, I know some craft breweries that use some of the same additives that the big guys use. They'll never admit it because they don't want to be shunned for using it. And by those additives, I mean some of the same filtration methods where there is chemicals you can put in your beer that will make all the particles stick together, and then you just put it through a cheesecloth or anything else, and the particles will come out. That is something that is used by the big guys that most small guys don't use, and the small guys that do use it don't usually talk about it.
Right, don't mention the food coloring, thank God.
Yeah.
Babe after you.
I mean, the best thing to do, like, there are so many, like, little blogs and websites out there now that are dedicated to, like, original recipes, like digging up original recipes of beers. That'd probably be the best avenue to go for. I mean, you being a home brewer or whatever, just search out, like, original Foster's recipe or whatever and make one.
Can I just put up a point? I think going by what Jay was saying there, it's not so much a case that the recipe has changed. Okay, the recipe is still the same, say for Foster's, for instance, as it was in 1876, but it's the method of processing that recipe that has changed.
Processes, the methods, the processes of
the base recipe itself is still exactly the same, basically.
And there actually has been scientists that have talked about it. There is groups in the U.S., groups around the world that have taken copies of beers and they have frozen them every year, cryogenically frozen them, and then they'll bring them out of that deep freeze. And they say year to year you don't really notice a difference, but as you're changing decade to decade, you notice a difference. And that difference might even just be the way we even change the way we do our crops, the different stuff we've used in our soil, the different.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
It can come down to, you know, again, speaking on the brewer's point of view, it can be like two bad cocktail waitresses where the same drink arrives and two of the same beverages look different. I'll brew with another buddy on the same day and we'll make the exact same beer, but we'll get our ingredients from different places, and from habit some of our techniques will be a little bit different. So in the end, we compare brewing the exact same beer with the same ingredients, but with techniques and where you got your stuff, you'll spot the differences.
Yeah, Chris, I'm going to link a blog for you right now in the comments section that you might find really interesting, being a home brewer and everything. It's called Shut Up About Barclay Perkins, and it's like a really in-depth blog about traditional beer styles. It's got a lot of old recipes with like original gravities and things like that.
Can you stick that in Google Hangouts chat as well, please?
Okay.
I appreciate it, Lee. Thank you.
I did get a ding from my Google Plus since Lee watches the YouTube comments. I did get 2 dings from my Google Plus. One from Scott Brian. I wish I had a working webcam. Well, so do we. We always like to have new people in. Well, anyway, I did a side-by-side comparison today with Innocent Gun Original in the clear bottle and the new one in the brown bottle, and there was a huge difference. First and foremost, that might have been age. I mean, the brown bottles have been out for months now. But the only way I drink my Innocent Gun Original now is right here. I drink it out of the can. I've had the clear bottle, I've had the brown bottle. They both seem really toned down compared to the can. Just because of the oxidization. There's none. There's no oxidization in there. So that's the only way I drink mine now. Luckily, Ontario gets the cans. And next we had from John Riley, our fixed bike friend, whale nuts? Why not? Cheers, guys. So cheers to you too.
One thing that I don't think has been, you guys touched on the change over time, the evolution of a recipe, when the recipe hasn't changed, is the water. Quality of water over the last century is radically changed, you know, in any region. So
you're going to have a lot more stuff filtered out of it. You're going to have a lot. What the fuck was that?
I was posting in every available Google Plus thing.
So I mean, you know, be it fluoride, non-fluoride, filtration, just upgrades to those types of systems. I mean, that's going to change. I mean, Chris can make the exact same recipe one year, and the next year the exact same thing happens, and his mayor decides to remove the fluoride out of the water, and he's got a different beer. So, you know, it's the same.
For a commercial brew that comes out in Ontario, there's I guess we're going to call it a Euro strong lager called Zuber. And Zuber is deadly honest with their alcohol content. It'll bounce from year to year between 5.6 to 6, between 5.6, 5.7, all the way up. They'll give you all the numbers. They're deadly honest because for anyone to actually make a brew that's 5% right on the dot year after year for batch per batch, that's a tough task.
Oh, yeah.
And I would say I appreciate their honesty. I don't disrespect anyone that doesn't say that their stuff comes out at 4.95%, but it's not, some may think outside of our circles as to brew that consistent a product when you're kind of playing with mathematics and hitting those numbers.
Yeah, even Anheuser-Busch said that they can't get it 100% right. They said that it fluctuates.
Actually, yeah. Well, Anheuser-Busch, even like on the smaller scale, Dogfish recently released a beer, and they said it ranges from 15 to 19%. But we'll just put 15% on the label for taxation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, after-
at that point, who's counting really? Anyway, right?
I was looking on the Diageo website yesterday, and they were talking about Red Stripe Lager, and they said that when it first came out in 1928, it was dark. And what did they say? It was dark. It used to be a lot darker and something like a dirtier beer or something. I don't know. It wasn't the mostly clear, pale golden thing that they put out today.
Yeah. Well, you see a lot of that, like with even brews that go like, oh, we're so traditional and stuff like that. Like some of them have radically changed from what they were. Like a good example here in Nova Scotia, Alexander Keith's India Pale Ale. At one point, it might have actually been a real India Pale Ale, but now it's one of those lagerish, watered-down ales that you see in the market everywhere.
How fast did the original recipe get kiboshed when it was found? The original recipe was found. It was going to be given to a museum, and Anheuser-Busch flew on squashing that.
Yeah, because of the negative outcry they would have gotten if people had seen that shit. So,
And Alexander Keith's is a Canadian beer company that got bought out by Anheuser-Busch InBev.
They were bought out by Labatt, and Labatt was bought out by Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they're the big traditional one here. Like they're the Yingling of Nova Scotia. Let's put it that way. In some regards.
Wow. I have to do some research on them tomorrow.
It caused some confusion on what an India Pale Ale really is.
Well, yeah, and when Americans come to my place of employment, they see Keith's on tap, and they say, "Oh, I'll have the IPA," and I'm like, "Do you really want the IPA?" They're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Do you want an IPA?" Well, yeah. I'm like, "Well, that's a cream ale. That's what it is. It's a cream ale."
At best, it's a cream ale.
Yeah.
I thought it was a flat-out domestic pale lager. I couldn't tell the difference between that and a can of Labatt Blue.
Yeah, because that's the way it's brewed now. It's brewed to be that lagerish ale that can be, for all drinkers to get into or whatever, right?
Well, I've been very depressed about India Pale Ales for the last 2 years, and I'm talking about from legitimate craft beer companies. I've been getting India Pale Ales that have gotten me down in the dumps.
Well, I think Joe talked about this a little while back, how a lot of them they sort of taste the same now, like they're just...
Oh, no, that was me, ranting about the hop profiles. Because they're all jumping on the exact same hops now. There's over 100 hops.
I'm telling you, I drank these 12, 13 years ago, and it's not the same. It is not the same.
Well, I don't get how we have over 100 hop varieties, and I know that trends and fads happen, but I don't get how we can have 100 hop varieties, and every brewery, well, not everyone, but the majority of breweries will use the same 5 to 7 hops, and wonder why nobody has brand loyalty, because your beer is interchangeable. I remember beer or anybody else's beer, and it tastes basically the same.
They're basically just doing that for economic and I suppose consistency reasons. I mean, I can kind of see it in one way, but that also means basically a lot of those beers basically taste the same.
It's depressing to me.
It could just be what's available to them,
Look, when you get as big as people like InBev and Sapporo or whatever and all the rest, everything is available to them. They have no excuse.
Yeah, well, here's a perfect example. You're making a good point. All these IPAs that I've been drinking, and I can name the companies, I don't want to get into all of it, that taste like a can of
horse piss,
crushed pineapple juice, crushed pineapple and pink grapefruit, okay? And it's one after the other, all the time. I'm going to the grocery store doing my little morning video saying, "Oh, Lord, not again." But then Anheuser-Busch, of all people, put out the Bass IPA, made in New York, but it had a lot different character than this dreadful, run-of-the-mill, what I call Pineapple Festival that I've been dealing with for 2 years. So I was impressed with it more than those. And I'm talking about stuff from Sierra Nevada and other people that I won't mention.
Well, see, I'm actually I usually love the blood orange and the mango and the pineapple and everything else. Those are the hops I like. I'm getting burnt out with them because they're all using the same hop varieties. You're seeing Galaxy, Mosaic now, Citra all the time.
Those are the new fads, right? Everyone's
seeing,
doing that shit.
You're seeing.
Yeah, do you notice how a lot of it tastes like it's out of a can, like Dole? It's like it's not even good. It's like out of a can.
Yeah, I get that out of pale ales, not as much so out of the IPAs.
Yeah.
A lot of the pale ales are kind of like that weak pineapple sauce.
Anyway, our next topic is a fun one too. 56 die after drinking a poisoned traditional beer at a Mozambique funeral. So there was
crocodile bile.
Crocodile bile was put into the beer. Apparently, they drank the beer earlier, and the people that didn't drink the beer in the afternoon didn't die, so they figured the beer was poisoned afterwards. It was a home brew. When I posted it on the Facebook site, I said, this is something that a lot of people talk about. There are reviewers I know that won't do home brews because they don't know what the person has put into them. There are a lot of judges, that like high-end judges, that will not go to a home brew competition because they don't know what's in the beer. There's no control over it. That is the reason why some people won't do it. And I said this is kind of a dash on home brewing, but not, because obviously somebody just wanted to kill everybody. But
yeah.
And it wasn't the brewer, but it's just there, and it would have been any beer. I mean, it could have been any beer, but it's just because this story is about a home brew that it hits home brewing.
Well, it could have been pizza sauce. You know,
Right. He's right.
It could have been in the fruit punch.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if you could hide crocodile bile in fruit punch or pizza sauce. I'm pretty sure not pizza sauce.
I don't know. What does crocodile bile taste like? Does it have a taste? Like
apparently it does, and there is another news article that said the only reason nobody tasted it was hidden behind this traditional high-end beer.
So it was like a high gravity.
I'm going to assume that, and I've never eaten kill me. So I'm going to assume that it's going to be a bitter taste, kind of like the back end topping of a beer. I'm going to assume that because I've had bile in my mouth. You've had your own bile, I'm sure, whenever you've puked or anything. I've tasted human bile, so I can only assume what crocodile bile tastes like. I'm glad to know that it kills you.
But in the brewing process, I remember one thing that a friend and I had on for years was we read something about what was the weirdest thing you found in your homebrew vessel. Obviously, reading homebrew forums, and one guy said a guitar pick, and we always got a kick out of that because we just couldn't figure out how that would make its way to that free-handedly. But if you're making beer, you got your beer, your hops, your malt, and your yeast, and then your poison. That's the one thing. Unless you're trying to kill a bunch of people, I don't understand how something like that just kind of dipped itself into the beer.
Well, no, this is saying that it was somebody trying to kill people because they drank the beer twice that day, and not the same people drank it. So the people that drank it in the morning didn't die. The people that drank it in the afternoon did die.
Yeah.
So
do you know about tapioca or manioc or breadfruit? You know about that?
Yeah.
You know, tapioca is what they make pudding out of, right? Tapioca?
Yeah.
That comes from breadfruit, and breadfruit is poisonous, okay? If you eat breadfruit, you will die. But there's a way to process breadfruit. There's kind of like a complex process that, I don't know how they discovered this, but if you process breadfruit correctly, you can make tapioca from it, and then you can eat it in pudding.
And not die.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But if you ate the breadfruit and it wasn't refined properly, you're dead. So it could have been something.
Hold on now, Jay. Didn't back in the day, back in Mutiny the Bounty days, did they not just eat breadfruit straight off the tree, basically, and they didn't die?
No, they were. Remember Mutiny on the Bounty? Remember they were going to get the breadfruit because they wanted to take it back to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
That's what happened. They got the breadfruit from the Pacific Ocean, and they brought it to the Caribbean, and they raised it because they found that they could feed this breadfruit to the slaves on the sugar plantations. It was like really cheap to make, and they would eat it all the time, and it was, I guess, nutritious. But they had a way to process it where it wouldn't kill them, and obviously they didn't want to kill people that they needed to work for them. But it's sort of an insidious story. but now we have Jello pudding.
Well, did they like process it, or did they just like genetically tweak it like we did bananas, where bananas in their original form are inedible? But
I think
did
they
bananas?
just processed it. They processed it through this. I have an old National Geographic article, and I gotta find it. It's all about breadfruit, and it was how they go through these. It's complicated. I didn't sit there and memorize it, but they go through this process, and they talked about how you have to do it, or you would die. But and the tapioca, what they get from the process, the tapioca has like, I don't know, 1,000 uses, and you wouldn't believe all the products that it's used in. In a grocery store, tapioca. But it could have been a story like that in Mozambique, where the guy was trying to do the crocodile bow correctly, and he did it wrong, and he killed 28 people.
I think this was probably a case of poisoning, though. Like just someone trying to kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, probably.
I think brewing is at a stage at this point where if somebody dies from the brewing, it has to be intentional. I mean, I can understand a candle falling into a toilet from a shelf over above and it clogging the toilet. I get that, but for crocodile venom or poison to enter its way into brewing by accident, that's got me really scratching. I'm going to scratch a little bit more.
No, I'm saying the crocodile bow might be part of the recipe, but it wasn't processed correctly.
It didn't enter during the brewing because, again, they have two sets of people that drank it. And some people drank it at both times, and some people only drank it in the morning. Some people only drank it in the afternoon. The people that were at the afternoon part of the funeral that drank it in the afternoon are the ones that are dead. The people that drank it in the morning are perfectly fine. So it was put in this batch of beer afterwards.
Right.
So some crocodiles run around spitting in the fucking brew, and
that makes the most sense.
Chad, first time I see the Boundary L in the bottle, how big of a pack did you get? 12-pack?
I got a 6-pack.
6-pack.
I watched my buddy drink some gun wash. If you're familiar with what gun wash is, it's for auto body shops. My buddy put it in a wine bottle, and he didn't know. He gave it to because he didn't drink, so he gave this guy a bottle of gun wash in a wine bottle. He takes a drink, and he was like, you should have seen the look on his face. Like he was running around like that guy could drink anything, and he was like, I thought he was gonna die.
Well,
okay,
we talk about things we ingest into our bodies that can kill us. For those of you that watched the review, you've seen the Reverend. The Reverend has the ears down to here. The Reverend is the one that freaks out from pizza sauce even being too spicy. We were sitting in Red Square one night. Red Square is the bar I used to manage and the Cantankerous Cook used to own. And it was the Cantankerous Cook's birthday night, and the Reverend was there. The night was over. The bar was closed. It was like 6 of us sitting in there, drinking our faces off, and in our drunken stupor, the Reverend goes, the Cantankerous Cook goes to him, go eat a urinal puck. And the Reverend looks at him and goes, I'll eat a urinal puck if you break that bottle. And before he could finish saying, break that bottle over your head, Paul picked up the bottle and just smashed it on his head, broke it everywhere, right, bleeding down his face, go eat a urinal puck. And it was that time of night where the Reverend stood up, he walked into the guy's washroom, looked in the urinals and said, those are not big enough, I want a new one. It wasn't that somebody had pissed on them for weeks. It was they're not big enough. I want a new one. He ate 3/4 of a urinal puck, went home, passed out, woke up the next morning puking up blue and yellow foam. That's when we looked it up and realized he could have died from one bite of the stuff. And he lived. Nobody knows how he lived, but he puked up green and blue and yellow foam for like 3 weeks. We're assuming that the alcohol in his system kept him alive.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
He must be part Irish. He has to be.
He's Scottish.
Ah, that's it. The good old Celt.
Isn't there like a whole bunch of stories of people trying to poison, but they gave them too much poison, so it didn't work?
Rasputin.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm getting tired.
But I think he was French.
Oh, Matt, Rasputin was a Russian, correct?
I know.
Yes.
And I'm getting tired. And I'm going to get off, but it was sure nice talking to everybody.
You have a wonderful night, Jay.
Cheers,
Good
Jay.
night. Good night, Uncle Jay.
Uncle Jay, right. You got it. All right, well, so long, folks.
Very nice meeting you.
See you later.
Sanjay.
Yeah, it was nice.
Bon nuit, Jay.
Huh?
I said
Correct.
bon nuit. Good night.
Oh, okay. Good night.
What do we have left? This one's for Big E. This one's for Big E. After last year's fiasco, Cigar City said they were never going to do their release of their stout again. It was done. It was done. They caved. They're doing the release again. I'm hoping for one of two things. I'm hoping this release will either be great and he'll get his love of doing these back, or that it's going to be horrible and I'm going to see more videos of people slamming their fists into those friggin' metal doors as they close and all that. Either way, I'm going to love it. This year, it's what, a $200 entry fee. It gets you 4 bottles of the stout and $120 for an unlimited pour beer festival with huge amounts of taps from huge amounts of breweries. So that $120 is a lot more than Troll's $55.
Yeah, but the beers available are going to be
I was just about to say
ridiculous.
The beers available are much better, and the $20 and me and E actually were talking back and forth on the Facebook site about this. I think the only thing I have against the buying of the bottles is I think they should have given you a choice on. You could have a $140 ticket, $160, $180, or a $200 ticket, where you chose how many bottles of it you brought home. I mean, why do I want to spend $80 on 4 $20 bottles if I don't know if I'm going to like it or not? I mean, it is hugely hyped and all that, but at the same time, hey, who knows? Is $20 too much for a bottle of stout? What size are those bottles? Are they 500 or are they the 340s or 350s?
I think they're actually 750s.
750s. Okay, then even better. Because I was going to say, in Ontario, I mean, the high-end hype stouts in Ontario range from $15 to $20 anyway. So, I mean, it is on par with Canadian prices. It is on par with American prices. It's not an overpriced thing. I just don't know if I'd want to have 4 of them forced on me at the thing.
Well, I mean, the people that are going to that typically have already had the beer before, so the people
that are going to it are going to want it. I understand that. I'm just saying I really think there should have been maybe
It's basically, Chad, what you're saying, it's an unknown quantity, and do you really want to buy 4 bottles of an unknown quantity?
It's a known beer that's hugely hyped and is a huge.
Well, but I mean unknown quantity to you because you've never had it.
Yeah. Do I want to pay $80 for 4 bottles of it when I normally only want 1 bottle of something?
Okay. This one pretty bad.
Again, it's a $200 ticket to get in. $120 is for the beer festival portion of it, and the $80 is for the bottles. The $80 part isn't a. Yeah. What? It's
Shit. I think this goes back to what you were talking about at the beginning of the conversation with, in regards to buying beer in 750s that you haven't tried before.
I hope at least 20 or 30 hipsters are trampled to death and no one attends their funerals.
Yeah, the Moosehead winter can. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's almost impressive as the Creemore Springs winter pack, which wasn't really a winter pack. It was just a regular fucking brick with a little label on it where you could say to and from for Christmas time. Fucking pricks.
I'm sure it's not a Tim Hortons.
If I went, I think I'd be drinking all the Island and all the mead because Bee Nectar's there.
I've never reviewed Moosehead, I think. Oh, no, I never did. No.
Where's Bee Nectar?
Bee Nectar's on the list for the Cigar City release.
Hey,
oh, wow.
Guys, can I just ask you real quick, the Moosehead over there, you get that in 3 30ml bottles, yeah?
Moosehead, 341.
Okay, yeah. How much is that over there?
Matters what province you're in.
Oh, Jesus
It's
Christ.
around $20-something a 12-pack, though.
It's $38 a 2-4 in Ontario.
Say it's like we can only get it in 4 packs over here, and it's close enough to 10. So about €2.50 per 3 30ml bottle.
Oh my God!
Wow.
It's criminal.
Who brews that over there?
I'm assuming it comes straight from Canada, but I don't know if it doesn't. Then it's more than likely brewed in the UK under license.
I don't know. Would fucking Moosehead really bother with licensing to somebody?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
know the Molson Canadian is brewed under license in the UK.
Because Moosehead's a lot smaller, right? So
yeah, it says family owned.
Moosehead's smaller than Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably what they're doing in Guinness's basement.
Could be.
Yeah. So, anyone's thoughts on this release here? This It's $200 release. I think
if I was in the area, I'd go. That's my comment.
I would be upset that I'm not getting more than 4 bottles for $200.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That $120 for the festival is a little steep, but again, that's some amazing beers if you look down their list.
It's free pours and free food, I believe.
How many of those amazing? I didn't read if there was free food. How many of those amazing beers though could you drink in that day before you're too drunk to walk out of there without being shot by Florida police?
I don't know. How many amazing beers did we drink at your fest before we?
Well, that's me and you.
Legible.
What happened to Paul, Joe, and Nick?
They didn't get shot by Florida cops, but you know.
We guys, when we talk about value, you can't forget supply and demand. There's an extreme amount of demand, regardless of whether you're getting $200 of value anywhere else. Maybe not, but for the demand that it's commanding, that's what it takes right now. So,
you said, the only good thing about it is it shouldn't bring out all the douche bros that are going to pound on the door and freak out.
No, they'll still freak out. They'll still be those guys. They'll be just even more irate because they spent $200.
Hopefully nobody screws over their ticket this year. Hopefully they learned from last year when he said he was never going to do it again.
Yeah, but there'll be people butt hurting over value because I spent $200 and I only got was this, that, and the other things. They'll be hung up. There'll always be complainers because.
You're right. There will only ever be complainers. I'm trying to have an actual discussion on it. I really think my idea would be great. You can have up to 4 beers. Which ticket do you want to buy? Do you want to buy the 140, the 160, the 180, or the $200 ticket?
It's as if you're buying. Pardon me. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, you should be able to buy as much beer as you want to buy.
Well, they're going to put a max on it, period. But I mean, and they're pre-selling it so that they can make sure that they don't have too many people there. But I really think that would be an amazing thing to do. These bottles, it's $120 for the festival that you want to get into. Each bottle's $20. You can have up to 4. How many bottles do you want to pre-buy?
Yeah. I guess, but I mean, they're trying to make it easy on themselves for planning purposes, for food, with taps and all that stuff. And if you say, hey, we have this many tickets, everybody's going to be the same, it's easier to plan vendors, taps, and all that stuff, and distribution of bottles. If you throw a lot of options in there, it just creates a logistical nightmare for an otherwise small place, right?
Well, the only thing it would do is possibly add up to, another 600 people. Unless everybody bought 1 bottle, and I don't think that would happen.
This is proof that nothing cool or awesome comes out of Florida. Fuck Florida.
Yes, it is a dreadful place. No one should go there. I would say landscape alone, it's worth avoiding.
It's full of crocodiles, mosquitoes, and really expensive fucking beer. Fuck that place.
Okay. Here's a great... go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was going to say, here's the thing that I think you're making the mistake of thinking, Chad, is that people want less than 4 bottles of that beer. If anything, people want more than 4 bottles of that beer, and significantly more. Not many people have the same mentality that you're saying, where I just want to try it once. If they're going to Florida or they're around there, they're going to get whatever the allotment is, and if they can get more, they actually will try some way, which is why the fucking thing last year was such a shit fest.
I would tend to agree with Joe, is kind of not go just to get 1 bottle. God damn it, give me a keg of the damn stuff if they can get away with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's why the fest last year fucking was a mess. The double barrel Hunapoo was the one that a lot of people wanted, and they didn't put a limit on it. People fucking bought cases and pissed everyone else off. I mean, that's people want a lot of whatever's limited. That's just how this works now.
So Greg and Joe are saying Rhino's 100% wrong.
No, I'm just saying that.
No, 100% wrong. You're saying he's 100% wrong.
I'm gonna say he's like 99.3745% wrong, not completely 100. Open ended.
I was wrong.
100%. I know Greg will agree that Rhino's 100% wrong.
Well, I'm just saying, people that go to that fest, their mentality is completely different than what we're
Joe, it is a somewhat redneck mentality of how big are your britches. If you're going to spend the money, you want the beer, but someone can only consume so much liquid per body level.
I'm really surprised. That's incredibly racist of Chris. This redneck, throwing the redneck thing around like that. That's so racist.
To be honest with you, I'm surprised they're limited to 4 bottles. I thought that it would be probably double that, at least 6. 4 seems like an arbitrary number to me.
Well, you know what? especially for a $200 ticket, you would have expected a little bit more than 4.
I'm not saying $120 for a fucking entire day of awesome beer isn't worth it, but if you gave me the chance, if I could have 6 bottles and less pours or something, I'd probably take the 6 bottles because I don't have to consume it all in the same day. Even though there are cool beers there, it's like I'd rather.
Well,
have
that's just it, right? You get to a festival like this where the tap list is amazing. You want to drink as much as you can, and then you're puking in the toilet in your hotel room with your dad laughing at you saying,
"Well, hey, I went to the."
Have you actually consumed those beers, or have you given them back to the porcelain gods?
Well, exactly. And I went to the Detroit Fall Beer Fest with E, and there was fucking probably about 60 or 70 beers I really wanted to try that were epic, different, and whatnot, and I ended up fucking drinking a third of them, and I luckily was not throwing up in the toilet for once, and he was fucking shit-faced where he was standing at a bus stop, fucking almost falling down half a dozen times. It was a lot of fun. But I can only imagine, you can only put back so many of those beers in that period of time. I'd rather have some to consume whenever I can at home.
I went to one beer festival. I went to one beer festival that was one of those timed beer festivals. BB Barfly gave me 2 free tickets. Me and the Cankerous Cook went, and it was the beer festival in London, and it was one of those festivals where the day one is from like 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. I don't remember, and the afternoon one is from like from 3 or 4 until like 8. Right, so it was giving you like a 4-hour window and nothing else, or a 3-hour window and nothing else, and I remember drinking fast. And I remember making Paul pull over twice so I could puke on the road on the drive back to my wife's, my mother-in-law's house for a baby shower, because my wife was having a baby shower because it was our first son. No, it was for our son. And he was driving me back, and twice he had to pull over to let me out, and I fell asleep in a chair on the porch during the shower. But I don't like that either. Like when you have like a really small time constraint. That's why I like the festivals that we're open from, like the one me and you went to there, Joe, and the one in Toronto and all that. We're open from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m. Well, then you know what? I can make a whole day of it, and I can keep drinking all day.
So many places do the 2-session thing now. Like you can drink from 1 to 4 and then 6 to 9. And it's like it's 3 hours. If you want to really enjoy what you're drinking, you might be able to get 4 or 5 beers done in an hour. It doesn't give you a lot of options.
And 4 or 5 beers done in an hour, and with a lot of craft beers being over 7, 8, 10% alcohol, you're going to be drunk out of your mind at the end of it.
That is really the thing. I mean, with the price tag per beer, it seems like not enough beer per the price tag, but with the amount of beer that's there, how much do you honestly expect to drink? You'll want to drink as much that you would expect for the price tag, but for the amount of beer per price tag, you're probably going to wind up in a drunk tank.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's making beer snobs out to look like going to the saloon. People can be fucking breaking chairs over each other, and
well, that'll only happen if they run out of the fucking stout again. If they run out of the stout again, there's going to be like deaths. People are probably.
There's going to be a rhino rampage.
Well, no, I'm not going to care. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to see videos on YouTube and just laugh about it. But if they run out of beer again, somebody might just burn that brewery down. Yeah. Especially if it was somebody that lost out on the beer last year too, after paying their price tag. But at least they got their money back last year if they got fucked.
Okay, can we switch? Let's see what. Let's say hi to Matt and see what he's fucking drinking.
I'm drinking a whole bunch of shit right now. I'm drinking Founder's Devil Dancer.
And how old is it?
It's 17 centuries old. I sucked it out of a Triceratops asshole. Actually, it's pretty tasty. Besides the prehistoric poo-poo taste, the hops are quite pungent, and it's a little bit stouty.
You know what I love, Matt? You know what I love? That most of the time, I say most of the time because it doesn't happen all the time, but most of the time, all of our new guests that become regulars learn the exact way all of us are and become exactly that on camera. You know that we're fucking with you. You know it.
Wait, we're fucking with each other? I'm just being a fucking asshole. I don't know what's going on.
Join the club. We do have a couple comments here, Chad, before we move on to something else. John from Kingston was on here. He says, whale nuts, why not? Cheers, guys.
We already got to that, drunkie.
Okay, fuck you. And he's taking off, so he says good night. So good night to John.
He has to go drive his fixed bike.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Reviewing Under the Influences, he really enjoyed the Key single hop series. The originals were
that was
disappointing.
actually a good series for what it was.
Yeah. Scott Brian says he just looked up on Wikipedia. I know it's not always accurate, but it says breadfruit is edible as long as it's boiled first. And finally, Jason Spears says the ingredients have changed a lot over the years. Malts have become easier to convert. Hops, alpha acids have gone way up. Most of these ingredients are bought as commodities by the breweries. If you can use X pounds of high alpha hops instead of 10 times low alpha, you're going with the lower cost at every time. So
I got I don't know what to say about that.
I love hops. That's what's running through his head. I love hops.
No, but I mean for the macro people.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll cut costs everywhere they can. So
even like a homebrew, the more hops you throw in, the more they're going to absorb beer, and you're not going to get that beer back.
yeah.
Well, with beer and hops as well, there is so much only alpha acids that the human tongue can absorb. And I remember with Mad Tom IPA and then Double Mad Tom, everyone was blown away with the hop value that was in Mad Tom, and they expected more. And for any of those that haven't had Mad Tom here, just a very, very, very hoppy IPA. And when they came out with a double Mad Tom at something 9% or whatever have you, they made a full-bodied beer with, I would say, double the amount of malt and hops that were in there. When it jumped from about something like 6.7 to about 9%, something like that.
Mm.
But when you make a big enough beer, there's still only so much you can actually taste. So a lot of people found a lot more hop.
They say that you can only taste up to 100 IBU, but to everybody that says that, I don't think they've ever drank the sucking on a stick alpha fornification that came from Flying Monkeys at 2,500 IBU.
What was its? I'm just curious, based on the size of the beer, what was its percentage of alcohol?
Fuck, I don't even remember. 14, 16, something like that. No, it couldn't be 16 because Ontario can't sell that. So 14.
IBU is such an arbitrary fucking number, though.
It's relative to the beer, I think.
It's also a matter of balance and perception. To say every human can only jump 4 feet is to say that's retarded because everybody
can't jump.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely true, without fucking any shadow of doubt. But to say you can only taste this much or see this much or do whatever, it's just it depends on the human. The what?
I said I can't see much at all.
When you dry hop, you're not supposed to get any IBUs out of it, but that's where you get most of the flavor.
Yeah, you get more flavor than bitterness. Yeah.
So it does, just because you reach 100 in bitterness doesn't mean you can't get all those hop flavors.
Yeah, because you see some beers where they go, oh, we got 100 IBUs, and there's not even all that much big bitterness. It's just all flavor, and it's like it's so arbitrary. It depends on how they use the hops when they put the hops in.
Number that fuck, do you remember, Joe, the number that Cody was arguing with us about with the two feathers? The two feathers.
Oh, it was It was like 8. It was 8. It was 8 on what you call it.
It was 8 IBU, and we're like, but Coors Light is 7, and this. Oh yeah, well Coors. It doesn't matter what type of hops they're using. It shouldn't be. This one is 8 IBU, and this one's 7 IBU, and they're 2 billion times different in flavor profile.
I think
bitterness.
You can't even taste 8. Like, isn't 12 like the number they say is like sort of where you start to actually taste bitterness in a beer?
Brewing is getting worse than you do. Too much information.
I think at the end of the day, IBUs is worth a stat. That's what it comes down to.
Is it like how many pounds per hops are in that barrel or container?
Yeah.
So many people like to.
It's a math formula for the size and the time boiled and the alpha acids in the hops.
Oh yeah, let's face it. IBUs is a marketing tool now. It's a marketing tool.
But you know what? It's a misleading marketing tool. That's the sad thing about it.
That's the thing, right? Because balanced beers can be 50 IBU and taste like they're 7, and unbalanced beers can be like 20 IBU and taste like they're 100.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
You see so many people go, "Oh, this is 60 IBU." I don't think so. I think it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
one of my favorite beers is the Struce Black Albert. It was supposedly 100 IBU, and there was not one trace of bitterness or hop in the whole beer. It was just a malt delicious bomb, and you would be like, okay, 100 IBUs. It's a matter of balance and a matter of whatever.
If you're dry hopping the beer, are you fucking up that number totally like sideways?
They say, because if you look on the hop calculator on Brewer's Friend online or whatever, they have a bunch of them. They don't have one for dry hopping because they say it doesn't add alpha acid. I think it probably does a little, but...
I'm going to tell you right now, if there's not a hipster band called Hop Calculator, I'm going to fucking cut my nuts off. Because that's the most hipster band in the history of mankind. Hop Calculator? Come on.
You know what? How many of you that are coming up to the festival can play an instrument?
I can play an instrument.
Are you coming to my festival?
When's the festival? Because I'm going to be in Alberta.
May 2nd.
See what I can do. Ready?
If we can get enough people that can play instruments here, around here a few days before, we should record some videos as Hop Calculator.
Well, I've got an
I'm a DJ. I could do scratching and shit. I don't know if you refer to that as a fucking instrument.
I think I've got a valid excuse, Chad.
No, Ireland isn't a valid excuse. There's
no, well, here's the thing. They don't let people out of Ireland anymore.
No.
Hop Calculator's first single is called "Ireland's Not a Valid Excuse." That's the first single. Hop Calculator.
I'm gonna start writing the lyrics tomorrow.
I can play a really, really shitty drum roll. I
have a ukulele, for real. I have a ukulele.
Oh God,
I used to have one.
hipster fuck!
You gotta bring the ukulele.
Why the hell are you not like pretending to be a girl and playing videos on YouTube right now?
My jump cuts.
Jump cuts.
I mean, goddamn, that's all I see on YouTube is girls playing fucking ukulele.
Well, I don't. I guess it's not mine.
What section of YouTube have you been hanging out in, Lee?
I know.
The same goddamn YouTube you've been on, Joe. You look for covers of songs. You're like, okay, I like this song. I want to see what people are doing for covers. 8 out of 10 times you see some girl playing a fucking ukulele.
I did buy it for my dog.
Every one of them, don't you?
I think that's RedTube.
No, that's Cake Fart.
Oh.
No, RedTube, the ukulele goes in orifices instead of getting played.
Wait, ukuleles are not supposed to go in orifices? I don't know.
Oh God. Anyway, so today
it comes out and boasts that it has 100 IBUs. Whatever the number that's boasting that it has for IBUs, do you now not look at it and say, okay, that's fine, but prove it to me? Because it has to have that level of balance. Because if you have a beer that already has a high IBU level and then come out with one that's twice as much, you can only put so much into a beer that you can actually taste.
Well, yeah, it's like a pound. How many pounds of hops you have? That's all it says.
That's exactly. I mean, so in the end, when you're looking at something that has IBUs listed with an exclamation mark next to it, you can look at it with a grain of salt and I'll say, okay, bring it to me, but just prove yourself.
I think Lee raised this point a good while back last year. I can't remember what the topic was at the time, but I think, Lee, you basically said that there wasn't even much point, or it might have been Chad, there wasn't even much point quoting the IBUs on beer bottles or beer cans because it really means nothing.
Oh, sounds like something I would have said. Doesn't sound like anything Chad would have said because he sucks.
Yeah,
okay,
well, I would have said.
And his palace is stupid anyway, so.
Exactly.
Anyway, the next topic is the $1.4 billion class action lawsuit against the beer store and the LCBO was greenlit this week. So it is moving forward. It is moving forward. The court said they will hear it. It is about collusion. It is about the sweetheart deal that got leaked to the paper. Anyway, the beer store issued a response through spokesperson Jeff Newton to the lawsuit filed. Here is the response. It's not all that, well, it is fairly long, not all that long. But anyway, the beer store is reviewing the statement of claim in detail, but the facts in this matter are clear, and we believe the claim has no merit. Of course you believe that because you don't want to lose your monopoly. The statement, the plaintiff's statement of claim contains factual errors which demonstrate their lack of understanding of how Ontario beer retail system works. In particular, and this one is a big asterisk here, okay? Big asterisk. In particular, the plaintiff claims that the beer store sets prices. It's false, paragraph 21. The beer store does not set the prices of beer in Ontario. Not only does each brewer that sells in the beer store independently set its own prices, these prices are approved by the LCBO on a weekly basis. Your owners are the 3 biggest brewers in Ontario.
like
Your owners are setting their own prices in the one place a licensee has to buy your beer from. So yes, you are setting your own prices in conjunction with yourself. You are not setting. You are technically right. You're not setting the prices. Your owners are setting the prices.
Yeah.
Your owners are saying, okay, the consumer is going to buy my beer for $34.95 if they want a 2-4. However, since a licensee has to buy my beer through the beer store and nowhere else, and since that licensee will buy my beer because it's the most popular beer in Ontario, I'm going to sell it to that licensee for $48.95. There is collusion, you fucking retards. Anyway,
transparent.
We're gonna go right down to the bottom of this. The beer store has always operated according to the rules established by the government of Ontario. Yes, they have. We cannot fault them for following the rules that were given to them. We can fault the government. This is why I think more pressure should be put on the government than on the beer store. The beer store shouldn't be forced to change as much as the government should be forced to change the rules.
Yeah, the government's trying to scapegoat the beer store at this point.
Yeah, established by the Ontario government for regulation of sale and distribution of beer in this province. The plaintiff acknowledges this in their claim. Of course, they acknowledge it because they're the same as me. They're not faulting you for doing what you're doing. They're faulting the government and you for not ever opening it up, and you for holding a fucking vice grip on it. When they attempt to argue that aspects of the Ontario regulatory scheme is in itself illegal, and the federal government's importation of Intoxicating Liquor Act is unconstitutional. And it is very true. There is not allowed to be a monopoly or collusion in Canada. So the changeover, the importation of the federal law into the Ontario law has created collusion and a monopoly. That is in itself unconstitutional and illegal. And the fact that they try to use law speak to get around that is fucking driving me insane and makes me want to take Jeff Newton and Ted Mons and everybody else's heads and put them on a curb and stomp them like in American History X.
Oh yeah, this Jeff Newton guy deserves to have his jaws separated for the rest of his fucking face. I mean, he's a weasel. He's a fucking shit weasel.
Is there has there been like petitions and stuff against it? Like to get
there has been for 10 years. Nothing happened until 2014. Even after all the petitioning, all the working on it, everything else that's happened, nothing happened until the actual legal document that was signed between the then Conservatives, because everybody likes to blame the Liberal government, and I'm not defending the Liberal government, they're idiots too, but the then Conservatives signed this paperwork with the beer store. Through the AGCO, with the AGCO and the LCBO saying they didn't want to do it. And this came out from the old president of the LCBO saying, I did not want to do it. I had to sign the paperwork. I was forced to sign the paperwork because somebody leaked it and everybody thinks it was him that leaked it. But this all came out. This document was leaked, and after the document was leaked, this class action lawsuit came, and then everything started turning-tabling. And changes are happening now. And the fights is happening. The propaganda that happened the day after last week's Beer Dweebs United happened. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of things rolling. This is the way it's happened only because this deal got leaked. With that class action lawsuit is an aspiring beer retailer files a Superior Court notice against the beer store. This one I'm with and against at the same time. Barge Craft Beer Distribution and Retail Company Limited. That's what he wants to call this place. Toronto, Ontario, acting on behalf of would-be craft beer retailer Barge Craft Beer and Distribution Retail Limited, a Toronto law firm has filed a 60-day notice of application to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to invalidate subsection 3E of the Liquor Control Act.
He wants to lay with you?
What?
Shrimp's done.
Jesus.
Shrimp's done.
I know.
Liam! You are not muted. You are no muting.
You're a big boy. You can go to sleep by yourself.
I'm not sure he can. You should probably mute yourself if you
right?
No, York's a big boy. He can mute himself.
I'm not gonna run in the woods with you, Elite. Shrimp's done.
Shrimp's done.
Anyway,
to the fridge, guys.
The relationship. So where was I? A Toronto law firm has filed a 60-day notice of application to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to invalidate subsection 3E of the Liquor Control Act, which grants the beer store monopoly powers. The relationship between Barge Craft Beer and representing law firm Hassel Trial Counsel was not immediately confirmed. Listed below are some of the grounds for this application. Pursuant to subsection 3E of the Liquor Control Act, the beer store is granted monopoly status as the only private company able to sell beer to the public without brewing beer. So is the wine rack for wine. Barge Craft Beer is not able to apply for nor obtain a license to sell beer, and therefore cannot sell beer to the public. Subsection 3E of the Liquor Control Act is an unreasonable restraint of trade contrary to the equitable principles of fair control to public policy. The impact of subsection 3E of the Liquor Control Act is detrimental to the Ontario economy, and it is. For example, Ontario craft brewers have significant hurdles to selling high-quality craft beer, hampering growth and stalling job creation in Ontario. Furthermore, competitors such as Bard Craft Beer are shut out of the beer market and detrimental to Ontario consumers. The Liquor Control Act and Liquor License Act can easily be amended to create a competitive and fair beer market subsequent to the regulatory oversight of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. For example, a retail beer license would create a competitive and fair beer market. The Regulatory Council doctrine does not justify the beer store's monopoly status. The Regulation Conduct Doctrine justifies the regulation of beer retailing in general, but not the granting of monopolies in a single private company within a regulated context. Ontario deserves a competitive and fair beer market. A competitive and fair beer market will benefit Ontario, blah, 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 and then there's the whole article there. But yeah, they are completely right. The only thing I'm against is jumping right to the Ontario... Fuck you. Jumping right to the Ontario Superior Court. The only problem with jumping right to the Ontario Superior Court is if this gets overturned at the Superior Court, you don't have any place else to go. You should have started in the regular Ontario Court and moved your way up. Going straight again to the Superior Court, you're stuck. If they deny you, you're denied until Kathleen Wynne, if she ever decides to change the laws, changes the laws.
Yeah.
That was an albino rampage.
Yeah, rules. Rules. What is that?
Sir
Gills?
Winter, the cuvée, I don't know. You could say that shit. You're French.
I can't see it. I can't see shit yet. All I see is
my French is better than Guy's, as is my English.
Yeah, but I can't read shit. I can't see shit.
Track number 2 on fucking Hop Calculator is you can say that shit. You're French. That's track number 2. Cuvée, Milieu, Vaux, MEILLEURS, VOEUX.
Show me a label. I can't see shit. Cuvée meilleur vœu. It's Cuvée best wishes. That's what it means. Best wishes.
Best wishes?
Best wishes.
That's what it's saying to my liver right now. It's awesome.
Good luck. More like best wishes.
I'm also jealous of your previous beer was there's the Devil Dancer.
Devil Dancer? It was, you know what? I liked it, but I thought there would be more to it. I think it'll age really well, though. I mean, not to be like that person who loves aged shit, but it tastes like it's going to age like a 120 ages.
What other beers is that comparable to that you had before that's like me?
This?
Yeah.
It's like to me, it's like a Dawfish had 120 light.
120. Oh, really?
120 light. Like a little bit different than a 120, just a little bit lighter. Like this or like a Bell's Hop Slam. Like.
Oh, I have that one.
Yeah, but not. This is better than Hop Slam though.
Okay, so I had better. That's good.
You'd like that better than Hop Slam, though.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I mean, I don't know if it's just exposure, but I get Hop Slam like anytime I want it because I'm like 5 minutes away from brewery, so it's like. You know, when you get what you want all the time, you become bored with it, regardless of how great it is.
You're 5 minutes away from Bell's.
Sorry?
You're 5 minutes away from Bell's? I thought you lived in PA.
No, I was talking about not Hop Slam. I was talking about Nugget Nectar. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was spaced out.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
And to be fair, Nugget Nectar is no Hop Slam, and Hop Slam ain't even that great. So.
No, neither of them are.
I like Nugget Nectar.
It's above it.
Yeah, I don't.
Nugget Nectar was
Double
like
Dancer. I thought Double Dancer was like an American barley wine. That's with the fucking ridiculous.
Basically, it's like a Bigfoot light.
Yeah. It probably will age well, though. It'll probably turn into a barley wine after a year or two.
Chad?
And that's basically what I'm saying about this beer, is Double Dancer needs age.
That's what I'm saying. That beer is more like an American barley wine, so I think it'll turn into basically an English barley wine at some point.
Pretty much.
Well, yeah, once the hops die down, yeah, pretty much. Lee Poznaski says in the comments, first time here, he loves drinking and brewing beer.
I like those two things. Cheers.
I've just got something curious I want to propose with you. Quick's on the go, or can I just throw something out here?
Depends on what it is.
You gotta recycle first.
XE. I've been in Toronto. I'm living in Alberta right now, work-wise. But my home base back here is in Toronto, and I met up with a couple old boys. And what I did was I scheduled a tour for us for a day to get together, and we spent the day brewery hopping.
Mm-hmm.
And one place we wound up, though, that was slightly adrift from the tour, was Say What in Toronto. And I was kind of shocked to know that Say What, as much as I've been there before, has now been a craft beer bar for 25 years. And it got me wondering a little bit as to what craft beer was 25 years ago. And they had a shelf with, old bottles and old labels and stuff. And you saw some names that really kind of crept up, like Wellington. And Chad just posted a review for a Wellington. I'm trying to remember the name of that brew, but they're
Mighty Crank.
The 29th anniversary brew. And you look at the Creemore that he's drinking, and then you go back to some other names like Upper Canada, and you look at a few brews that were really pacing themselves in the time of the infancy of Ontario craft brew. In that time, when Wellington came up with its pale ale 25 years ago, people were looking at like, this is this guy's stuff, and he's trying to make Canadian. I get how these brews inch their way through and really stick to it, and the real big thumbs up I give to for Ontario craft brewing would definitely be Nickelbrook, who had that lager and that green apple pilsner for years, and now you turn around, look at the corner in the LCBO, and they've got wax cap 750s bourbon barrel aged beers. What I'm really going at here is the topic of good beer, because we do live in a market now where we have so much extreme beer that's out there, that a beer that comes out as good can quickly be put into the
it gets swallowed up.
Exactly. When we had that period 20-something years ago where pale ales were just kind of inching their way in, and they were competing against the big guys. And I'm not taking a pot shot at the big guys either. I'm just looking at beers that are good, that are definitely good, but are quickly passed off into the kind of meh pile. So I guess the topic I'm trying to go with here is I'm just looking for, not necessarily personally, but what do you think of the idea of good beers that are quickly passed into the they're okay pile, because we're dealing with a world that's just, even as we talked about tonight, we've been reviewing beers that are just extreme, and one's not as extreme as the other. That's it.
Well, that's been a topic that's been going on for 2 weeks now, the Sam Adams thing.
Okay.
Sam Adams Boston Lager in the U.S. I mean, it's whatever. When I'm drinking a beer, does it have faults? Does it hit my taste? If it doesn't taste like something I'll drink, I don't like it. If it has brewing faults in it, I don't like it. If it doesn't have either of those, I like it. I can drink it. What do I want personally? Well, I'm at 2,700 and some beers now. 2570 on Untapped. because I can't find them all because they're all weird Russian things and all that. What do I want? I want extreme myself, but do I drink a just good beer? Yeah, I drink just a good beer. I will. Will I go and buy it again? Probably not, because again, I go in other than Innocent Gun, because that's my standby. I'm pretty much buying something new every time I'm out. Yeah, I have a 12-pack of Creemore here, and I have a 6-pack of Boundary Ale, because when I return my empties to the beer store, which is the only time I go into the beer store, I will use that money to buy something, because if it's something new, I'll buy it, and if I have enough to fill my fridge with something just so I have something to drink, I'll buy it. Only time I buy anything at the beer store, when I've returned my empties, and I know, oh my god, why do you go to the beer store? You know what? I paid that fucking 10-cent deposit or 20-cent deposit on each bottle. I'm getting that fucking deposit back. I don't care if I have to go into the beer store to get it. I paid it. I'm getting it back.
I almost need to exclude you somewhat from the topic, because you're a brilliant man who's carved his own niche in the beer reviewing world. So for the people that are going out to search out the extreme beers by the masses is generally the hipster community, and that community is worth a lot of money. So they will keep pushing beer to that community, and with that variety of people, as a brewer, as a young brewer, not myself. I mean, somebody opening up a new brewery, a lager is definitely one of the more difficult brews to make, just due to the levels of fermentation and what have you. So
that's because there's so many damn lagers out there in the first place.
Well, not just that. I mean, you're talking about the difference between making a beer that, I mean, like the smaller the beer, the harder it is to make well. I mean, that's pretty much everybody knows that. But from what Chad's talking about, do I look for new stuff? Yeah, I look for new all the time. But I have like a stable of like what I call Hall of Fame cheap beers. Like there's like beers like Old Chub Nitro or Trog Troganator or I love Spot and Optimator. I can reel off a bunch of beers that I would love that I can drink that I think are really, really super nice beers that are like cheap and easily accessible and easy to get. So while you're always trying new stuff, you find these beers that are not. We can all find a $14 bottle. A 12-ounce bottle, that's great. It's finding a $6 $7.50, that's fantastic. That makes me excited. I'm like, holy shit! I found this beer that's a $7.50 and it's fantastic, and it's only $7. So there's like I don't know. There's like it sounds like you're coming from more of a brewer's aspect of making the beer that's like good. I don't know. I'm off tangent now. Anyway.
No, you're close.
I think it has a lot to do with.
I'm talking about something that's very close to what you were hitting on. It's the idea of still appreciating good, not good being passed into meh.
And that's and you can make good and have it not be mad, but at the same time, how greater besides if you're not talking about like a Doppelbock, like lagers, like it's difficult to make a good lager because. You know what I mean? It's a smaller beer, but I mean, how big are you gonna make it? How good are you gonna make it? What kind of niche are you gonna go for? Are you gonna make like hipster niche beers that are gonna appeal to those people? But at the same time, are you gonna make something bigger and better? Like it seems like hipsters either like the worst thing ever and the biggest thing ever. Not that they like it, they covet it. There's a big difference between liking.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that like Rogue is like a hipster beer. I think.
Oh my god. Guys, we need to have an intervention. Please define hipster for me. Because Matt's got tattoos and a beard, and we're all into craft beer, so we're all hipsters. We paint with a very big brush here about things that we are just the antithesis of what we think we are. Most of us are.
This is my definition of hipster, and this is how I define it, and this is how I look at people. When I wake up in the morning, I go to the bathroom, I take a dump, I take a shower, I brush my teeth. Actually, I brush my teeth before the shower, sorry. That's fucked up if you brush your teeth after, I'm sorry.
You goddamn freak!
I know. I take my dogs out, I throw in a t-shirt, I throw in a pair of jeans, I can go to work. And I work, I come home, and I drink some beer. However I look, whatever I look, I've had beards, I've shaved my beard. To me, the hipster tries to look a certain way, but he spends 2 hours looking that way. I've never spent 1 ounce or iota looking a certain way or acting a certain way or thought about it. Like, the words that come out of my mouth are rarely coherent, typically bullshit, and at most times babbling. Yeah, just whatever, and it is what it is. Where I think a hipster plans what they're going to say and tries to do what they think needs to be done. That's my definition of a hipster. It's not how. I'm sorry?
They do what they think is going to be popular and get them ingratiated with other people.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think hipsters don't so much care about beer as they care about what the beer they drink says about them. I think that's pretty much a definition.
Lee, that's fair. I think Lee is fair on that. I think that whatever's trendy, and then it's about conviction. It's about integrity.
Yeah.
But Matt, I'll say one thing, and just to pick at you a little bit. Do you use beard oil?
No.
Or beard balm?
Hey, come on now. Come on, Don uses beer oil, and you can't call him a hipster.
I'm just saying.
Here's the thing. I don't. I've never once put anything in my beer other than food, beer,
then food. Then Matt, you're just an old fuck like me. All right, you get to go.
Like I'm like, how old do you think I am? You think I'm like some 20-year-old. Dude, I'm 40 years old. You know what I mean? Like I'm an old motherfucker.
Hey, there's a lot of 40-year-old hipsters, man.
Listen, Ewert's just jealous because he actually can't grow a beard.
Well, because
I'm off camera for a reason tonight, buddy.
Well, hey, track number 3 on Hop Calculator is alopecia. From there, all I have to say is, like, I hate so much shit, and hating stuff is so fun. And I think hating stuff is anti-hipster. Not that you can almost become anti-hipster to where you are hipster, but now the world's imploding on itself and the world's crashing inside of itself. No, I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah. Well, no, we're the same generation. It's Gen X. It's angst. It's curmudgeonness. It's the grungy era where we hate everything. We hate authority. We hate everything. Matt, we're the same generation. It's fine. It's good.
I'll tell you right now. I never just to kind of tell you exactly where this whole beard thing came from. I'm 6 foot tall. 270 pounds, okay? I grew a beard because I'm fat, and a beard makes me look less fat, and I get more women. That's why I have a fucking beard.
No. Right now.
Simple. That's the only reason I have a fucking beard. If I was skinnier, I'd shave it because I wouldn't look as fat.
Right now, Chad.
Please. Chad. I brought up loggers, and it went to hipsters.
You said the word. I'm just saying.
Was your question, Chris, basically why? Like, you basically kept on mentioning good beer. Are you asking our opinions about those beers that have been standbys for 10, 15 years, and now that the craft beer craze is in full effect over the last 5 years, what do we think about those beers that have been pushed to the wayside because of these new extreme barrel-aged sours and whatnot? Was that the question?
It's not what I was asking is what I can feel, even with what I'm asking, and with this conversation I can feel it too. There's an extreme oversaturation with extreme beers. And we get to the point, even when we're talking to Ronald about why he was getting worked up about certain things and stuff, but in the end we're still just talking about beer. And when things get to a certain level, I just want to bring everything back to 29 years ago, Wellington and Creemore and just the infantile of the craft beer scene. If we didn't have everything that we had today, and we just had original Wellington Pale Ale among the masses, we'd still be happy with that beer. I suppose more it was just what is your gauge on the idea of if we didn't have necessarily everything that we have today with all the choices, but we just had a simple alternative to regular mass-produced lagers.
So you're basically, what would be your opinion living in a beer wasteland like Lee is? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, that would be even more of a beer wasteland.
Or we'd be living in the 60s.
All you have is just pale lagers? No thanks. I wouldn't be drinking beer. I'd be going back.
Not
drinking scotch.
Yeah, isn't that why scotch exists?
When you're a small brewery today, and you come
If
out
you're a small
with
brewery
a
today
lager.
and you come out with a lager, you don't deserve to be open if that's all you're coming out with. Because this is the thing that you're doing. What you're doing is you're going out and you're either making a non-stylistically correct lager and hoping to get into a market that's already saturated with lagers, or you're going out and making a stylistically correct lager, which is basically what I call the bougie beer, which is a fucking lager that you could buy for $1.85 a can, but now you're spending $3 a can.
Mr. Rhino, before I get you punching concrete, I'm just getting at you can compare this scene with the common music industry at this point, where everyone can come out with beer these days, and everyone can come out with music. You're at a point now with loggers and with music that if you don't come out with a hit record on the first get out, then you just get slumped into the masses.
If you don't come out with something that's special, you shouldn't be coming out at this point in time. You're so far into it that right now I can count 15 craft breweries that just make lagers or cream ales and nothing else. And that's not even craft contract breweries that just make that. And they're trying to get into certain places. They're trying to get into Toronto. Brimstone, where I'm having the festival. Brimstone's first beer, the beer they wanted to get into Toronto before they gave up on that idea, was their blonde ale. Their blonde ale, which is basically a nothing beer. I mean, I love the guys. Their blonde ale is no different than organic lager or triple bogey or lug tread or the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Exactly. If you're opening a brewery nowadays, you have to know the marketplace. You have to know consumers. You have to know who's going to buy your shit and who to market it to. If you're going to open up with boring ass,
if they were opening up that brewery and they were saying we're going to make this blonde lager and we're going to take over Ridgeway and Fort Erie and all that, yeah, okay. But I'm going to go to Toronto? No, you're not.
At the end of the day, all I can say about is, as far as you saying, going back, if there was only certain things available. I'm just glad we don't live in that world. I'm glad that there is variety. Variety is the spice of life. Whether you want to, talk about the so-called extreme beers, like I don't even think there is really extreme beers anymore. There are so many fucking styles nowadays. People just seem to, when they come out with, a brewery or they brew stuff, they want to do things that are unique and are different because the market's saturated with fucking shit ton of IPAs, shit ton of lagers, shit ton of pale ale, shit ton of everything else. So let's find that
extreme beers. There's a shit ton of bourbon barrel aged beers now.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it comes out if the beer's good, it's good, and I drink it.
Yeah, what's extreme anymore after
there is no extreme
after BrewDog and shit like that where they're doing like their big fucking super expensive super alcohol fucking beers. It's like there's nothing extreme.
Your penguin type brews,
yeah. Someone needs to brew a whale testicle.
Yeah, whale testicle. That's the new frontier.
That's not extreme. That's just
beer yeast beers are done. 2100 IBU beers are done.
I think somebody should brew a beer with yeast from Matt's beard.
They have. Rogue
has already done that.
Yeah,
but Chris, I think
that's why I said it.
I think what Chris is touching on is if everybody made this, if they made a basic beer, would everybody drink it? And I don't think that's human nature. I don't think we would evolve as a species if we did the same thing over and over. Even when we talk about beers in the 60s or 70s being the same, it wasn't that way overseas. It wasn't that way in Belgium. It wasn't that way anywhere else. So it's a matter of progression. Human nature is to try new things and try to progress.
If everything was the exact same, we never would have gotten to the point we're at because everybody would just stay with brand loyalty. You would just keep drinking your dad's beer.
Well, exactly.
What I see in the business world though is you're looking at it like, I brew a good beer, so people are going to buy it, and I'm going to do really well. It has more to do with your business philosophy and volume.
I don't even think it's your business philosophy and volume. I think there's three major factors in a commercial brewery, other than the big guys who just already own the market. For a small guy coming out that wants to succeed, you need three things. You need to have the proper price, the proper people, and an
IPA.
Oh, that's if you're in anywhere that's full of hipsters. For Big E there. But yeah, you need to to be a proper brewery that's going to make huge amounts of money. You have to have the people. You have to have the price, and you have to have the beer. You can live on two of them. You can make a living off of two of those three, but if you want to be fully successful, you have to have all three. You have to have good beer, good people, good prices. You can have good people and good prices. You can have good beer and good prices. You can have
Yeah, because you can make
horrible prices and you can have good people and good beer.
Because you can make beers that are not extreme but are still good. I mean, look at Left Field, Ephus. Fucking Ephus, man. That's a beer I goddamn want in goddamn bottles, and it's fucking awesome.
Fucking Ephus, man. Yeah.
Fuck you, Joe. It's fucking awesome.
I know, I like it too. Settle down. And on that note, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed, guys.
All right, see you later, racist.
I very much am.
And with that, no face, no channel.
All right, no, take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers.
See you, Joe.
Bye, Joe.
Love your channel, Joe. Bye.
I know it is. Hey, I respond to all 23 of my subscribers all the time. And
Cheers.
It's not
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers.
I watched all your videos, Joe.
Pretty solid, aren't they?
Consistently good.
Yeah. Hey.
See you, Joe.
See you.
Fucker.
Fuck off, Joe.
But he's fucking gone. Fuck that Joe guy.
God, that fucking asshole. Glad he's gone. Fucking 2 hours now. Nothing.
Awesome.
Won't even do a full frontal.
His dad's the best part of having him.
Pure and simple.
So what's next?
Well, you know what? There's only one topic left that I had, and I was kind of hoping Joe would still be here for this. This is a news story that was only a news story for one day. Lagunitas lawsuit tries to halt Sierra Nevada's new hop monster. Hop hunter.
What was that about?
Basically, they had a trademark infringement lawsuit. They were trying to stop it because they're using the same text and the same type of size for the IPA part of the beer.
Yeah.
So they were doing a trademark infringement thing.
Who the fuck looked at their label, Mr. Magoo? Because they don't look anything alike.
Well, they are the same font type. They are. You can't deny it. I mean.
Oh, come on.
I'm not saying I'm agreeing with them because I really think
that's basically like saying I'm writing my beer label in French, therefore you can't write your beer label in French.
Well, again, this goes back to so many different trademark laws. You can't use the word moose anywhere in Canada. We went through that one already. You can't use steam in beer. Flying Monkeys was going to be the Simcoe Steam Brewery until Fritz Maytag phoned him up and said, I own the trademark on the word steam. Fuck off. Basically, somebody should trademark the word the. Just or wheel. But yeah, trademark laws are kind of crazy. I mean, there are so many little intricacies in trademark laws, but they are kind of crazy. This is the Lagunitas Brewery. Lagunitas makes some great beers. They make some very underrated beers. They have great distribution. But this is the same guy that went after Sam Adams, saying that Sam Adams was trying to steal their taps. And Sam Adams team.
Their owner's a goddamn douchebag, man.
No. I'll touch it. Go, Chad. Sorry.
Anyway, he went after Sam Adams' Rebel IPA, came out saying they're trying to steal his taps. Anyone that was going to choose Rebel IPA over Lagunitas wasn't going to like the Lagunitas anyway. Lagunitas is actually a very flavorful beer. Does he have a point with this lawsuit? He did. The font types are that you can actually read the entire lawsuit and look at the actual trademarks and all that. Yeah, the trademark was infringed upon with what trademark laws are. I'm not saying I agree with it or not, but what trademark laws are, he was infringed upon. However, what did he do? He made himself look even stupider than he's already made himself look, and there was a huge backlash on it, and he rescinded the lawsuit the very next day. Go ahead.
Matt's got it framed right there.
Yeah, I think Tony McGee from Lagunitas, I love that guy. He's an asshole. He's a total asshole, but he's my kind of asshole. He's just really outspoken. He's really passionate about his beer, but at the same time, he's kind of like, there's no maliciousness there. I mean, yeah, it's a lawsuit involved, so you're going to talk about malicious literally, but he's just kind of a douchebag, and I think he was a little bit tipsy. I think he was a little bit drunk, and I think he was a little bit high because he loves weed. And he put this lawsuit down, and then as Chad touched on his Facebook page, I think he actually let it sit for a hot minute just to kind of drum up a little bit of fucking pub. And then kind of did something from it, and then pulled it back. And I think he's a smart marketing guy more than anything.
Publicity stunt.
You think that's going to get more people drinking his beer after pulling this shit, though?
Yeah, I think people talking about beer is way more important than what the subject matter is. Do you know what I mean? Like, the whole we talked about it 2 weeks ago. I think it was, or maybe it was last week when the whole what was it what was the 9 versus the 6 point?
The magic hat.
Magic hat. Like, I never heard versus a 6 point. It was right. Was it 6 point or was it 6 something? Yeah. I never heard of that brewery until I heard of that lawsuit, and I actually found that beer and I tried it. You know what I mean? Like, so there is a claim to actually people talking about beers. So I don't think they put it out there as a marketing thing, but I think he put it out there and he was like, okay, he's like, whatever, and pulls it back, and he's like, let's pump this up a little bit and have people talking about it, and then we'll make a quick buck or do whatever. I mean, Tony McGee is a huge, like huge marketer person. He's online. He goes crazy. He's yelled with every single person on the internet.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, I mean, and to be fair, my circle of friends and people I listen to and watch and stuff is relatively small compared to the whole market, but across the board, everyone I've seen has been like, fuck Lagunitas, I'm not buying their beer now, because they're pulling bully tactics that you usually only see from bigger breweries. And I mean, you know, whether that's valid or not, that's beside the point. The public perception that I've seen so far has been negative against Lagunitas for doing that.
I view Lagunitas the same way, like Chad just touched on, like when like coming here and you bust each other's balls and some people take it the wrong way. I actually view Lagunitas as that kind of thing. Like, I'm sure he has a marketing team behind him, and I'm sure he's doing it for a reason, but from hearing him talk multiple times, I think he's actually just like a kind of a douchebaggy but funny dude, and it just comes off in a certain way that he rubs the people the wrong way. That's just me.
That's exactly what's come across now with the Sam Adams points the last few weeks. Mr. Koch, he comes off the wrong way to a lot of people. Is he a very intelligent man? Does he know what he's doing? Is he a great businessman? Sure. Is he kind of a dickhead? Sure. But does he make some good beer? Yeah, and it's the same with Lagunitas. Lagunitas makes some great beer. Are they pulling a bully tactic? I don't know if you could consider it that, because they probably would have lost the lawsuit in the end. They don't have as much money as Sierra Nevada, first off. They aren't as big as Sierra Nevada. It would have hurt them more. But does he have a right to try and defend his trademark? Sure. What's my problem here? My problem is the same thing as when Angry Moose came out and Moosehead came after them, or the Simcoe Steam Brewery came out and Anchor Steam came after them. The trademark laws are insane. And stop thinking somebody's going to think that Anchor Steam is the exact same as Simcoe Steam Cascadian Dark Ale or something like that. It's not the same. People aren't that stupid. Well, some people are, but most people aren't that stupid. I mean, let's make the trademark laws a little bit smarter instead of anyone that uses the word moose is going to get sued by Moosehead.
And I agree with you, but at the same time, it's like, how unique do you have to be for your trademark to be, unique? Different. Like, yeah, I mean, there is a gray area there. It's like, it's hard to quantify, really. It really is.
There was that article recently about breweries running out of names, breweries running out of names for breweries, breweries running out of names for beers. If you have the money to do a trademark, you could stop a lot of breweries from doing a lot of things if you could just keep trademarking things.
Yeah, because usually that's the case, isn't it? Like, it's usually a brewery that's backed by either a bigger brewery or they just have a lot of money themselves, and they'll tell someone, you can't use the word red in your beer because we have red in our beer, and that infringes our trademark or whatever. Like, it's frivolous shit like that a lot of people push
They need to hire an artist, like, that smokes weed. You come up with a guy like that, come up with fucking names all day long.
It's a tough...
You know what I mean?
It's a tough battle, man. Like, a friend of mine, he was like, he wanted to make a beer, and he's like, can you make me a label? and because I do like graphic design stuff, and I was like, sure. And I made like I thought of like 5 or 6 different names before I actually came up with one that I felt comfortable with, because I was like, oh, this is a great name for a beer. And then I type on the internet, and I'd be like, there's already a beer that name. Then I'd be like thinking for a day or two, literally, and I got through like. I got to one beer which had like there was another beer called that, but it hasn't been produced in like 10 years, so I went with that one. I was like, okay. I'm like, it's a homebrew, so no one's gonna be like, hey, stop producing your homebrew you're not making any money off of. But at the same time, it was like just from that level, me, a guy who made one label for a homebrew guy, spent like 4 days trying to find a name. You could see how it can be hard for a major brewery to do that.
Yeah.
It's a great take.
Dragon's Tits. Dragon's Tits Red Ale. There's no Dragon's Tits.
I ended up going up with Coco Beware, the wrestler. It was like Coco.
Oh, awesome. But if you were to, especially in like the USA, if you were to make a beer called Dragon's Tits, that probably would. It's a great name, but you might have problems even like getting that passed where you can actually sell it.
New Holland would be like, well, milk comes out of tits, and we have Dragon's Milk. So,
yeah, there you go.
Does New Holland actually have a trademark on Dragon? That's the thing. Do they own the trademark or do they not? They don't own the trademark. They can't really do anything.
It's not even a trademark thing. At that point, it's like, is it offensive or whatever? You know, like tits.
Well, again, you also have to get past the regulator. The regulator is probably not going to put Dragon's Tits out on the market. Just like
if you have
so many things that can't be sold here.
If you
Dragon's Tits out on the market is the 4th single by Hop Calculator, by the way.
Yeah, well, we have a whole fucking album going here. God damn.
No, I don't like. I'm offended by that. I think it should be called Fabulous Moolah and just be done with it.
There you go.
Same thing.
The Fabulous Moolah.
That's hipster shit.
Or the Mae Young Maybach.
How do you have an over-exhausted market and copyright a name on everything that comes out? If everyone can come up with a brew and everyone can come up with a name, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, Stone Cold Steve Austin's trying to get a beer made. I mean, and he's a craft beer dude. If you listen to his podcast, he's right into fucking like Sierra Nevada and all kinds of other IPAs and shit.
Do you remember
Jim Leahy, Celebrity Drinking Poo, or I Am the Liquor? I'll buy that all day long.
I Am the Liquor. There you go.
There you go. Here.
That's a good name for a beer.
Baseball. Do you remember home run hitting average by Frank Thomas, Chicago White Sox? Any baseball guys out there?
Yeah, the Big Hurt.
Yeah.
You could try and call it the Stone Cold Stunner, but the WWE owns the trademark on that.
Oh no, he'll probably call it something else. But I mean, I don't know what Stone Cold Steve Austin owns of his own trademarks compared to WWE or whatever. But
what I'm saying is, Frank Thomas has the Big Hurt beer. You can purchase the Big Hurt beer at Wrigley Field. 7% malt liquor.
Is that against the rules? Because it's Wrigley Field. It's not White Sox Field. It's Wrigley Field. That's against the rules, isn't it?
It's Wrigley Field. They have their own way of doing things. You can you can check it up on several sites. You can find the Big Hurt beer, and there's even a YouTube ad with Frank Thomas advocating his brew and how much as he loved baseball. He equally loved brewing.
Well, yeah. Once he's not under contract, he can sign up with whoever he wants, with whomever, right? So if the Cubs want to sign Frank Thomas to do a beer, which is strange, but it's Chicago, so I don't know.
I understand the concept, but at just the same time, it'd be like, could you see a Big Poppy beer being served at Yankee Stadium?
I can't see.
They're rivals. I mean, it's different. Chicago's different than Boston, New York.
You know what I don't understand isn't being sold in Ottawa? Actually, Guy, go to a hockey game and tell me. Because
no, it's $20 for beer. Fuck that.
I want to know this because Eugene Melnick owns the Ottawa Senators. Eugene Melnick owns the Canadian Tire Center, which is where the Ottawa Senators play. Eugene Melnick's assistant captain, Chris Phillips, owns Big Rig Brewing Company. Is any Big Rig beer sold at the Canadian Tire Center? Because if it's not, Chris Phillips should take his jersey, throw it on the ground, say, "Give me my $4 million, I'm done."
That's like, does the beer store sell Big Rig?
Actually, yes. There's one beer store in Ottawa that sells Big Rig.
I actually have a Scotch beer from Big Rig. It's like some fucking $8.
Amazing. That's an amazing beer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like 2 weeks old.
Get to it. It's amazing.
I did a review.
I came in my pants. It was called Wee Heavy originally. It's the Big Rig Wee Heavy I reviewed that came in my brew box. That's the Scotch Ale. They just changed the name to Scotch Ale because they didn't think enough people would know what a Wee Heavy was.
I'll make that my next review whenever I get fucking... Probably tonight when I'm just drunk.
But yeah, that's just one of those things. If somebody on your sports team owns a distillery or a brewery or something, you should probably, and you own the fucking field, you should probably sell some of it.
Yeah, that might make sense.
Because the fans, because you're going to make more income anyway because the fans are going to jump on that. You know, you're going to have Ottawa fans going, "This is Chris Phillips beer, yeah!" You know, like.
Yeah, agreed. Chelly's Chili Bar, which is Chris Chelios' place. He's got a place in Chicago and a place in Detroit. It's always jammed after Red Wings and before Red Wings games. So.
Yeah.
And Lions games and Tigers games are all very close proximity, but place is always jammed.
Yeah, you get somebody that's a fan favorite. Chris Phillips, again, Chris Phillips, Chris Chelios, anyone that's actually become a fan favorite, not just a good player, because I mean Alex Ovechkin is in Washington, he's not a fan favorite. You get a character that is known around the community, and he owns something. That community is going to rally behind it, regardless of whether the team's doing well or not. And it's great for the owner too, because it's added revenue for the owner.
Chad, we're talking about two slightly different things. If you're actually drinking Big Rig by Chris Phillips and he's still on the ice, and the other topic is drinking 7% malt liquor at a baseball game for Frank Thomas, who's not even on the team, I get you both perspectives. While drinking the beer while he's on the ice and drinking malt liquor at a baseball game.
People like malt liquor. Regardless of whether the 7 of us that are here like malt liquor or not, malt liquor is a huge thing in the U.S. It's a huge thing in Canada. It's a huge thing all over. People like malt liquor. People like Bud. People like Canadian. If that malt liquor is made by him and it's going to sell more for that field's going to sell it. You can sell a sports guy's name. And you can sell it easy.
But I just don't mind my liquor. I don't love it. I don't think it's just. I just don't mind it.
Malt liquor is like the tequila equivalent of beer. It's like you just drink it to get drunk. You don't drink it for flavor. You drink it to get fucked up.
Some people like it, some people don't. Some people don't like it and they drink it. I used to drink Old English. I hated Old English, but Old English was back then like $4.95 for a 1 liter bottle. You know what? It got you fucked up. So I'd buy it. Would I drink it now? Probably not. Is it as bad as I remember it? Not as much, but I mean, who knows what's changed? It probably just tastes more like water now. But I mean, there are people that drink it. There are people that love it. And can you fault them on it? No, you like what you like. If you want to drink that shit, drink that shit. I mean,
I'm not faulting the audience. I'm just going at the idea of if you're going to sell a 7% alcohol malt beverage at a
what does the alcohol percentage
baseball
matter? It's a malt beverage at a baseball game.
You're just
the higher the ABV, the more they can sell it. The more they can sell it for.
Is you're dealing with an audience. I mean, if you were to brew a batch of beer at a wedding and make Big Hurt beer at 7% beer for everyone that's at the wedding, you're dealing with a bit of an audience. That's kind of what I'm hitting at, is the idea of making 7% beer available for a mass audience, and then you have to control them.
What about at a sporting event where you have a 9% or 10% beer? Because it happens in the U.S.
They also sell spirits at some of these fields. Spirits are a lot higher than a 7% alcohol beer. You also have tailgating at all these. That's encouraged at all these events. Tailgating, you're already drunk when you sit down. You have to have a fundamental change in the way the U.S. looks at alcohol. It'll never happen. So you just enjoy it. You enjoy the time.
Like Guy was saying, a $20 beer, I'd want it to be more percent. And I wouldn't normally drink malt liquor. If you're charging $20, I might.
That's pretty good because every time we do a Christmas party, I go to Beantown Ranch. All they have on tap is either Castleberry Honey Brown or Bose Lug Tread. That's all they have on tap. And people just go back and forth, back and forth. How do you aftertaste? Oh, I like that beer. I want to try that beer again. It's just non-stop. Like, it'll be a sweetness. No more sweetness. It'll be a sweetness. Yeah. It's good.
I mean, you're talking about people are supposed to have smart serve. You come into the casino, we're supposed to only serve you 2 drinks the first hour, 1 drink every hour after that. That's how you're supposed to control it.
Well, that's temperance. That's different in our country versus other places, right?
I know. So. I'm just saying that even every state has a rule about how you're supposed to govern things. But do they follow it? Who knows? Do they care? Who knows? Who cares? You can't say that this 7% alcohol malt liquor is horrible when they're selling 40% alcohol spirits.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. There's nothing that supports the claim that if you had higher alcohol beers, that's all people would drink. I mean, that's just frivolous bullshit.
I mean, I love the days when the Detroit Tigers Friday nights have cask nights, and it's like Bell's Black Note on cask at a Tigers game. It's like the best thing ever. I mean,
my wedding was my family's all Irish. All my friends are fucking hicks that drink, and my wife's family's all Dutch. You know what? The higher the ABV, the more it was getting drank. That's what it came down to.
You racist.
I am. Yeah.
He is a white
here. Greg's still here. He knows what I'm talking about. The Irish wedding, you look for the people that can actually still stand, and you give them more beer.
It's
not a party until your buddy Tyler's making out with your grandmother.
That's it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
He passes out on a friggin' dumpster behind the chapel. It's not a party until that happens.
No.
I seen me grandmother put her tongue down his throat.
Oh, she was loving it, man. She was like 92 and had this 23-year-old tongue down her throat. She was like, yeah!
Oh.
I actually have pictures of it on Facebook.
I think her twat wants moisture for the first time since 1972.
It's terrible.
For 7% in baseball games, I was just saying.
You were just continuing the Ontario temperament.
Someone dipped into her Lucky Charms.
It has to be 4% or nothing.
Yes.
I apologize, Greg.
they're always after you in Lucky Charms, Greg.
Oh, Lucky Charms.
He's like, oh, for fuck's sakes. You cunt.
I got 2 bottles of this.
Jesus, Guy almost said that like an Irishman.
Planter.
If I drink enough Friday the King.
No, Valentine.
Fucking cunt.
Oh, Valentine, okay.
That's Scottish, isn't it?
Oh, wait, wasn't that the...
It's, is this Scottish when you say Slim J?
Valentine Pale Ale.
That's
It's a Pabst original that was brought back by Coors Miller, maybe?
Yeah.
That's Scottish for whale's vagina.
Have you had one yet, Chad, or is that... You haven't jumped into...
What's that, a whale's vagina?
Does it smell like rich mahogany?
Is this salty?
Well, actually, it was funny. I was taking a nap. I was taking a nap yesterday, and I was taking my nap yesterday before work, And yeah, that was my arm. That's white. Anyway, I was taking my nap yesterday before work, and I got woken up 3 times during my nap for 3 different beer deliveries. 3 different people dropped beer off at my house yesterday.
First world first world problems.
Yeah, go back for my nap. Go back for my nap the 4th time, and I hear the door knock again. And this time, Christy opens the door. Christy comes into the bedroom, looks at me, and goes, "Is this fucking beer day?" I go, "What do you mean?" She goes, "There's one of the servers at the casino just dropped off a 6-pack for you." And apparently, she was in the U.S. and she just thought of me and made me a 6-pack at Wegmans. So she's like, "Did what I pick out was what I picked out good for you?" And I go, 3 of them I haven't had. I'm 2 of them I haven't had for sure. 1 of them I don't think I had. 1 of them I love, and 1 of them's okay. And if I don't want to drink it, I'll send it to my buddy Lee. So she picked me up Red Hook's Long Hammer IPA, which is the one that might go to you, Lee.
Yeah.
She picked up Founder's Dirty Bastard, which I actually love. 2 bottles of the Ballantines because she knew I was looking for it. A bottle of the Atwater Brewing Company's Vanilla Java Porter. Now, I've had their Vanilla Porter. I haven't had the Vanilla Java Porter, so I'm kind of curious about that. And then this one, which I don't remember if I've reviewed or not, which is 6 Point Sweet Action.
Okay. You're hilarious.
Fuck you, Ewart.
He's hilarious.
Now you did get a generous package from Lee. What was that stuff? Was it seawater or?
Oh, the sea level stuff.
Sea level stuff. Yeah, pardon me. I watched quite a few of those reviews. That was quite a nice package that Lee sent you.
Yeah, of course there was Vickers Cross in
These
there.
packages are always quite nice.
That's right. I deliver great packages to people.
Socks and bubble wrap.
It was. I don't know. Chad seemed to like it, so that's great.
Oh yeah.
I wish I could send more and better
Welcome
stuff.
to your detractors that think that socks and bubble wrap was an idiotic idea. Mr. E, the big one.
Mm-hmm.
That one right there. That one right there. He said that it was just it was screaming for something to smash.
Hey, he got lucky. He got very lucky.
I mean, I wish I could send better beer mails, but Beer Wasteland and all that shit.
I've sent some stuff that was horribly wrapped. You know what? I've gotten lazy lately too.
But when you send bad stuff, I mean, it's on purpose.
No, I'm not even talking about bad stuff. I'm talking about the way I package now. My packaging has gotten lackluster too. I don't tape anything anymore either. I just wrap it.
Yeah, but nothing breaks. But nothing breaks, so it's like, who gives a fuck?
Actually, you know what? I've only had maybe 2 beers break in all my beer mails, and one of them was afterwards.
Probably the same here.
No, it was that gluten-free beer that Dawn sent me. I just had it on my bed and it burst right after.
Oh shit!
The gluten-free beer accidentally burst.
No,
Accidentally burst.
I wish the camera was still on because I was doing the video and I laid them all out. There was 6 beers and I laid all 6 beers out on the bed as I was doing the video. I hit stop. I turned around to put my camera down. Boom! And it was just all over. It was disgusting. My bed smelled of gluten-free beer.
I smell an inside job here. This is conspiracy. You
had hammer, sir.
I really
Actually, speaking of bad beer mails, I think I sent Lee a couple of shit stuff that I'm still waiting on the reviews for.
Oh, what, the whiskey stuff?
Yeah, like the Živali, that brandy from Croatia. I can't wait to see that.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I did do a video where I will tell you. I actually did reviews of those, but for some reason I forgot to put my fucking mic on while I was reviewing them.
No.
But I do summarize what I thought of those. The 2 Cirillo whatevers liqueurs.
Criollo.
Yeah. And the Pierre, that fucking horrid fucking shit. I do summarize them both when I do another fucking review, so you'll see that shit. I apologize that it's totally my fault. I did not have my microphone fucking on, but yeah. And I still appreciate fucking getting them because it was interesting. I liked actually the 2 Cirillo whatever thingies. Yeah. But that pear stuff.
They made fun of me so much that I had to get kicked off the internet.
Are you with Bell now or not?
I'm on the Bell fiber optic now, and since I got updated to fiber optic, this is the first time I've frozen at all.
Yeah, fuck you. But yeah, you were that goddamn fucking pear stuff.
Yeah, I like that.
No, goddamn no. I do not want to go to Europe and have to drink that shit because oh my god.
I had that shit for breakfast when I was over there, man. Come on.
God damn it, man. How could you fucking drink that?
It was awesome. I loved it.
It's not awesome. That stuff is shit. That is so bad. That is fucking Russian slum fucking bullshit.
Well, it's Eastern Bloc. It was a former communist regime, the former Yugoslavia, right, where my wife is from, and that was to revisit it, and that's what they make. They do it moonshine style in the backyard. They're growing pears and plums and throwing it in brandy, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Cuba was fucking communist for quite some time. I don't think you'll ever see that shit in Cuba.
Did you just say your wife was a gypsy?
What?
Did you just say your wife was a gypsy?
Well, I do call her that at times, but she's not a gypsy, an actual gypsy. she's like a babushka. She's a.
Oh, jeez! No! Whoa! I would rather call my wife a gypsy before I call her.
No. Gypsy. Listen, you see real gypsies in real life, like when I was in Budapest, I'm like, those people are scary, man.
Yeah, but is a babushka really all that much?
No, I just tease her. It's just tease her.
Yeah.
Eastern Bloc. It's okay.
Because when you get in your mind gypsy woman, you're like, yeah, sultry, dark, sexy.
Yeah. That's a stereotype.
Babushka is like
they're more likely to rob you blind than any sultry anything.
So goddamn racist.
Orgies.
But I'll say this: you're that goddamn pear shit, whatever.
Brandy. It's brandy.
Yeah. Okay, brandy. Okay, yeah, that's brandy. Okay, whatever.
Jump out of here after I told him that you guys didn't like his package.
Rakia, I call it.
Actually, I liked about 90% of Uritz's package.
No, I said, did Chris leave after I said you guys didn't like his package?
That's still a good 10.
That's right.
So nobody's going to answer my question?
What was your question again? Because I wasn't listening.
For the third time, did Chris leave after I said you guys didn't like his package?
No, I think he might have just jumped out.
Oh, was Chris the one that sent you the socks in bubble wrap?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay, that sucks because he was good. He had a lot of good stuff to say.
He did. Yeah, it was very brave of him. I will say it was very brave.
I froze right after we started talking about packages. I came back and he's gone.
Oh shit! We have to give him back.
Yeah, he grows his own elderberries. That's something.
Yeah, he should be a regular.
He seems fairly sound.
Yeah. He said, someone in chat, he had to leave, lads. Brilliant chat with you all. Thanks for having me.
Oh, did he? Okay, let's see here.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, on that note, I need to bow out too, so, fuckers, see you later.
See you in half an hour, fucker.
Have a good one, Yurt.
Cheers, dude. Cheers. Enjoy my avatar.
Hey, man, that's what I'm talking about, Matt.
Arsenal.
Gooners.
No.
I say what?
Well, apparently we have 12 viewers left, so if any of you guys have questions, we're done our topics now. It's just the drunken stupid show.
We got a 12-pack, fuckers. Say something.
Okay, I have a question. Can anybody actually understand anything that Guy says?
No.
No.
Other than pants and titties and motorboat.
Yeah, I understand all the incredibly deviant sexual things he says, but other than that, nothing else.
Yeah, I didn't understand that bit, but
apparently,
I think I have to tell you, Guy, Scott owns a lot of guns. Because apparently you're talking to Brittany a lot.
Who's Scott?
Scott is the other husband. And
Yeah, I talked to him too.
The Hazance is Brittany, as you know. And,
Yeah.
and I'm just supposed to tell you that he has guns.
I talked to him and his mom too. It's okay.
I'm just telling you what I'm told to tell you. He has guns.
Oh, he told you to tell you that? Okay, that's different. That changes the game a little bit.
Gay, can I actually ask you, are you from Quebec?
What, an hour from Quebec, maybe? No, well,
No,
I can not.
Did you?
No, I can drive. It takes me, 15 minutes to drive to the border, maybe.
Oh, but where are you from?
Ottawa.
Ottawa, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
He's French. You got to put it out this way. Where's your family from? Where was your parents born?
Where's your family born?
Well, my dad, Ottawa, and my mom on the French side is, Plantagenet. Traditional Plantagenet.
No, I've got friends in Lachine.
Yeah,
Where?
We do have like 3 comments here. I just want to get through real quick because probably one person's not even watching anymore because we didn't respond to him. But Lee Poznaski says, I wish I could hang out you guys, but I don't have a camera or mic.
We did that already.
And he said, okay. Scott Brian says Iron Sheik IPA. And Dave Zodiac says, where my family is from, calling someone a gypsy is a very nasty insult.
So they're from Europe. That's okay.
Yeah.
I work with a gypsy, and he is a gypsy. No, he's a Romanian guy who had a lot of gypsies around his house, and he tells us a story about the first time he let a gypsy into his house, and he traded his dad's fine suit for some silver. And he goes, I remember I gave my mom this silver platter, and she goes, what happened? And he goes, well, the gypsies were here, and I let them in my house. What did you give them? Dad's suit? And he goes, I was grounded for 2 years.
Bloody pikeys! Fucking pikeys!
He explained to us that they would own all the fine metals, and then they'd trade it for like clothes and food and everything else. And
yeah. You want to buy a caravan, do you? You want to buy a caravan?
You like dags? I like dags.
Now, come on.
we also learned
not all
that if you tell a Serbian and a Romanian that they sound the same, they both get very angry.
You tell anybody they sound like anybody, they get angry. There's people that live like 5 miles away from me and be like, oh, you're from West Scranton? No, you're from East Scranton. No, I'm not from there. I'm from East Scranton. People get upset over that shit all the time.
All you goddamn fucking Europeans, you all sound like goddamn Dracula to me, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Count Chocula, but I agree. Either.
But let's not talk about Count Chocula and how the Texas woman got angry that she couldn't get any.
Wah wah.
You make too much Count Chocula cereal. I can't buy any.
Oh,
Too
geez,
bad,
that was
bitch.
like some brewery brought it all up, didn't they?
Yeah, they bought all of it in one city. In Houston, I think it was. They bought every box.
Sorry, Jim. But I think they came back afterwards and they said, oh, miraculously, we didn't use all of it. Here's some of it.
We have one box left. Do you want it?
Yeah.
You know they didn't use it all, and they just wanted it all. Why are you buying skids of this cereal? Because we're making a beer. Are you really? No, we just want
I think that was just a marketing ploy to get their beer out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're still eating Count Chocula cereal as of today.
Which is not a bad thing.
Which
is not a bad thing.
Although everyone in the brewery now is like 290 pounds, you know.
Well,
it has
what are
beer.
you trying to say? Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, it's terrible, you goddamn freak.
I cut my beard.
That's right. You look fatter now. Goddamn.
Good thing I have pussy waiting for me all the time.
That's right.
And I'm talking about my cat.
Oh man.
Chad, if your wife heard the half of what you said on camera, you would be so fucked.
She probably hears it in real life anyway.
Yeah, she hears more.
More likely.
Depends on your definition of fucked. I mean, either way is getting fucked.
Yeah.
Literally or metaphorically.
I'm still cut off for another 4 weeks, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, the
Anything
radioactiveness.
Yeah, anything I say now.
The radioactive pussy, yeah.
Yeah. I did tell her I'd chance it. Maybe I'd grow a few more inches, and she didn't want that.
Silence.
Silence. You know what? Again, now there's an 11-pack, and you guys are useless to me. You're useless to me. You're not really useless to me, but you're useless to me at this point in time. We're out of topics. We can go
drive the show. This is where you come in. Drive the show, son. Okay, I actually have something to talk about. You guys, Nickelbrook. I didn't think it got distributed in the United States, but I guess it does. I never heard of that. Have you guys heard of that? Chat.
What Nickelbrook beers are you getting down there?
I haven't gotten it yet, but there's a.
Oh, look, there's a.
I'm trying to bring it up on the internet right now.
It's gonna give you the ass. We're getting an ass shot.
Who's ass shotting?
Your pussy's showing on camera, Matt.
Where?
Your pussy.
Right there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my pussy. Hey.
It was showing us the hole.
Oh, you got the brown eye. You got the brown eye? See, that means she likes you guys. She's giving you the old brown eye. I mean, you should be thankful for the end. Oh, thank you, brown eye. Anyway, let's see. Nickelbrook, the Bolshevik Bastard, and it was one of the other ones. Here it is, right here. A local person to me does like it's a pretty national like beer thing. It's called mybeerbuzz.com. They do like a thing where they just spat out news. It's like almost like a news service. Today we get to see 2 new bottles from Nickelbrook Brewing in Ontario, Canada. Bolshevik Bastard is an imperial stout that comes in at 9% ABV, 70 IBU, and Headstock that is an unfiltered IPA at 7%.
I'm curious if you're getting the old cans of Headstock or the new cans. They just ran out. They just ran out of old cans, and I'm curious if they just sold all the old cans to the U.S.
But here's the thing: it just says these 12-ounce bottles. Ooh. I mean, take it for what it's worth. Imported by Esper Brewing, Canton, Ohio. This is the first time I've ever heard Nickelbrook getting distributed in the United States.
I knew Nickelbrook was planning to go to the U.S. once the old Lakeport facility opened up. I knew that was their plan. I didn't know they hit there yet. And they haven't bottled Headstock in forever, so I'm curious if they just found a couple spools of old Headstock labels and just bottled it to get rid of them. Because he's one of those waste not, want not type of guys. So because he was trying to get rid of every old piece of Headstock merchandising he had before he started the new line. So I'm curious.
But if you're gonna go into a new market, are you really gonna throw out your old IPAs?
Well,
he might if he's never going to be in that market again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bolshevik Bastard is a really good beer. So I mean, the Bolshevik Bastard.
I saw Guy reviewed it. I've heard you guys talk about it. But the fact that I actually saw Nickelbrook, because after I had their not Whiny Bastard.
You had the Kentucky Bastard.
Kentucky Bastard and a cuvee.
Which is
I loved it.
Bolshevik Bastard. The Kentucky
but the barrel aged.
Bastard barrel aged, and then Whiny Bastard is Bolshevik Bastard barrel aged and having Brett added to it.
Yeah, and the fact that I've actually seen it. The fact that it's actually entering the United States is kind of exciting. For me, I mean, it's probably exciting for them too, but the fact I've never actually seen it coming in. I haven't saw it, but the fact that they obviously have to have some kind of contract in place, that's kind of cool. So I saw that.
You must have made a shitload of it then this year because it's in the LCBOs. It's in almost every LCBO. It just hit the beer store apparently as well. It's at the brewery. He's made a huge batch of Kentucky Bastard because it's at LCBOs. He's made a huge batch of Whiny Bastard again. He must have just done like a month-long fucking run of fucking Bolshevik Bastard. Let's make as much of it as we can.
I'm still waiting on some, trying to get a hold of, what's the one from Bellwoods that you guys always talk about?
Bring out your dead.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get some of that.
I do have a bottle of that still sitting here that I'm trying to decide if you guys are going to get to try or not.
Isn't it coming out, like, soonish?
No, it's already been out for the year.
Guys, good night.
For this new year.
It's getting
Doesn't it
late.
come out, like, March,
Okay, Greg,
March,
you have
April?
yourself a good night.
Take care, man. Take care.
It's released in
All the
like
best.
December.
Okay.
Cheers.
Sante.
Bring Out Your Dead is like October, November, December, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Black Oak Greg was able to get me a bottle of it, so I have a bottle of it sitting in the fridge that I'm trying to hold off for because I want to share it with people I enjoy. But at the same time, I know how much I loved it and how I drank 10 bottles of it in that first year, and I kind of want to jump on it again.
Well, let's talk about what beers have you guys had that you don't think any of us have had? You had anything new that you're like, oh, I love this beer, or whatever? Have any of you guys tried anything new, or what?
I had the Castle Brewery Scotch Ale aged on, I think it was Scotch barrels, but that was, I think it was 10%er, 10.5%er, but you only did 100 bottles of that one. And I got, I think I got two. No, just one. Yeah, just one.
Castle, like Castle Donker Rouge Castle?
It's C-A-S-L-S, sorry, C-A-S-L-S-S-E-L, Castle.
Okay,
Castle.
that's what I was asking. Like, there's
from Castleman, Ontario.
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay.
But that was his first, I think it's his first aged beer in the barrel. That was fucking insane. That was
nice.
a full on Scotch.
Like peaty Scotch, or
No, more sweet side.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I could personally I could name like special beers from Nova Scotia that you've never had. I mean right now I'm drinking the fucking Garrison Spruce beer.
That I've never heard of or never will. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm so isolated from most of the fucking beer world that it's like I could name like every Garrison and Propeller beer, and you'd be like, I never had it. So it's like, it's kind of a moot fucking question.
I gotcha. Fair enough. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. It's been a while since I've had this, and it's blown me fucking away. And I'm not a big Dogfish Head guy, but they're old school. You guys ever had their old school before?
No.
It's like one of their I call them danger caps. It's like one of their like warning cap beers. They put these like caps that are like warning signs on them. And it says here barley wine style ale brewed with figs and dates. No, it's a fig and date beer brewed in a barley wine style. Like, it's fig and dates out the ass. And it's insane good. Insane. Like, I couldn't get enough. I went out. I usually buy like 4 packs of beer, maybe like a half case. I trade with people. I immediately went out and bought 2 cases of this. And I don't spend that kind of money on beer usually. But I bought, like, just for aging, because I love aging beer. But something about this beer just turned me on. And if you can find this, you have to try it. It's ridiculous.
Cool.
Ridiculous. Well, I mean, it's knock your lights out shit too, because that's 15%. But
holy fuck.
yeah, it's high ABV stuff. But cheers. Fuck you, liver.
So I have so at that fucking percentage, but it's like a date and fig beer. Does it taste more like a fucking quadruple than anything else, or?
It tastes like a English barley wine infused with figs and dates. It's not like a quad. It's not like a. Just imagine your quintessential English barley wine with a ton of figs and dates. That's exactly what it tastes like. And here's the scary part: it drinks like water. There's no booze. There's no booze. It's like literally. It's. I'm gonna rename this Roofie. This is Roofie in the glass. Roofie in the glass. There you go. Do not give this to anybody. Like, this is someone comes to your house and you like want a beer and you give them this. You're like, this tastes good, and then you're drawing on their face with markers and shit like that. It's bad news. What's up, Chad?
Oh, I was just looking on the cellar side to see what I had over there. I have 3 bottles of 2013 Obsidian left and 2 bottles of 2014 Obsidian. I have 1 bottle of Whiny Bastard left, 1 bottle of 2013 Kentucky Bastard, bottle of 2013 Cuvée, a bunch of Long Dark Voyage to Uranuses, some 2012 versions of the Deviator Doppelbock, a 2010 rendition, so the first brewing of the Bose Double, the one with the cat waving.
All right.
With Doc's Feet Double.
Yeah, Doc's Feet Double. Yeah.
I'm sorry that I'm bringing peppermint porter to you in May. I apologize in advance.
Yeah. I haven't watched your review yet. Guy, was it that good?
Yes, it was. You should definitely not watch the review. Brad's like, Guy, you look pissed off during the whole review. Oh, did I?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. I was putting in my earphones.
No. Not say how I look like.
No, I heard I'm sorry, and then I was putting in my earphones. What did you say?
Yeah, the Bose Peppermint, apparently.
Yes, peppermint porter.
What about it?
Well, you know the Tom Green beer, how fucking intense that was.
Yes.
So imagine if they added peppermint at 5% or 5%.
Oh my god.
I got it.
Well, I was worried because I saw Big Rig Collaborative. Wait a minute. This was a pub release. Pub release means mass satisfaction for what mass? What's the word? Consumption?
Consumers, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Sluts?
Sluts, yeah.
Slut satisfaction.
I like to satisfy the sluts.
So is that good? It was basically the Tom Green beer of peppermint.
Wait, Lee has a meaning for this.
Daddy, would you like the sausages?
Yeah, Lee calls it the rapist belt, right? Rapist tool belt. That's on there.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages?
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? So yeah, that's what happened.
I like
Okay, glad I have not had that beer yet.
I still have the Bose Malt Liquor to review though, the one that comes in the weird bag.
Oh yeah.
The
The DOA beer, yeah. Fuck yeah.
What was the one that GLB made? GLB made a malt liquor too. We did it here in the review. They were even making fun of Old English in the name. I can't even remember the name of it though now. That sucks. I bought a can of Pompous Ass today and I can't seem to find it. I don't know where I put it. Not remembering where I put the beer means I probably should stop drinking, but at the same time, I'm a fucking Irish drunk.
No, yeah. There should never be any dissuasion from your drinking.
I concur.
That's right.
I guess we're going to drink Sweet Action because I've had it before. I had to check if I reviewed it or not.
Dave Zodiac says Scotland to be exact. Okay, I don't know what that's in reference to.
It's in referred to our 5th track of Hop Calculator. It's Hop Calculator's 5th track is whatever that was to be exact. Anyway.
Okay, there we go. He says, when a Scotsman calls you a gypsy, he's basically saying you're the scum of the earth.
Oh, race wars, prejudice wars.
Who did he call a gypsy though? Who?
I pretty much got that impression from Snatch, where they were dealing with the pikeys. Fucking pikeys! I fucking hate fucking pikeys.
Fucking cunt.
Yeah. You want to buy a caravan? You want to buy a caravan? We're going to fucking buy a caravan.
Oh, caravans. The best thing about caravans is the caravan darts that were played for fucking Top Gear.
Yeah. Yeah. Or caravan derbies. I'm not sure which one. I think Top Gear is the best thing ever. To be perfectly honest.
I'm not American Top Gear though.
Well, of course, yeah. Saying American Top Gear is awesome is like saying like Justin Bieber beer is awesome.
Hey, has anyone had the Hansen beer?
No.
Tops?
I saw the review though. I saw one that it's a band. They do reviews now, but apparently it's okay.
Well, the name Hop makes me want to have it.
Yeah.
I was gonna sing the whole video.
Oh God. Hop.
Hop. It's in my pants.
Yeah.
So we're gonna need like what, 4 blonde wigs in May or something.
Fucking Hansen. Who was it? Dane Cook. Dane Cook was the comedian saying that the youngest Hansen brother was going to crawl out of some hooker's vagina while smoking coke. And
Dane Cook is irrelevant and he sucks. Next question.
Yeah, they're pretty much, yeah.
He cooks poop out of his mouth. Nothing comes out of it.
I mean, if
no, he is poop, and his mouth is poop, and everything comes out.
He's a dynamic shit machine.
I mean, here's the thing.
Okay, you know what? We've been asking for comments from the viewers.
Dynamic shit machine is a bit single from Hop Calculator, by the way.
Dynamic 12 viewers, okay? 12 viewers. And of the 12 viewers we have, this is the best thing and the only thing you guys can come up with. What would you do if you woke up the next day as the opposite gender with a tattoo on your arm that said shapoop while the radio was playing?
Play with my pussy. Play with my pussy. Immediately play with my pussy. Immediately.
I totally know where I would put my cell phone, just like in the Machete.
Or find a dick to fuck.
Who the fuck asked that question?
Is that Joe?
Is Joseph Lucio.
I know it's Joe. It's Joe, you fucker.
Jesus Christ. What would I do?
This is the point we're at. We're at the point where we have 12 viewers and they're all internet trolls that are going to troll us, and we're stupid enough because we're drunk enough to answer these questions.
That's right.
What would I do? Probably the same thing as Guy or as Matt. I would learn what it's like.
I would bite into my arm and destroy that tattoo. Then I'd play with my pussy.
I try to find the closest dick I could fuck, or just play with my pussy, because I want to know what it's like. There you go.
Or find the most nearby zucchini and freeze it.
With your pussy?
If we put it in the freezer first, then you put it in the pussy.
I don't know.
Oh, then you ferment it, sell as a beer. It's a beer fermented zucchini pussy.
See, that is gibberish. I mean,
So no, Jeffrey, if you have to make a beer, you have to make a beer, right? You make a beer. You make a beer, you sell it as a zucchini, frozen in the freezer, shoved up in a man that woke up as a woman's pussy, then put into a fermenter. That beer will fucking sell like hotcakes.
See, if I could make a beer and shove it up my pussy and then make that beer, it would sell like hotcakes. That's exactly what I just heard.
So you're saying frozen fermented pussy beer?
Yes.
A zucchini pussy beer.
Yes, zucchini pussy beer.
I'd give it a review.
Rogue, I think Rogue made that once.
Yeah, if they haven't, they should get on that shit.
With with testicles, fermented in there.
Fermented pussy hair.
Well,
Yes.
they did the beard yeast beer. Why not do the pussy hair yeast beer?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just get a girl that had a yeast infection, tell her not to use any medication for a few months. Wait till it starts bubbling
Although
up.
if they
No, that's pasteurized. Then you have to go unpasteurized with the pussy beer. You can't fuck around with that. You can't put in chemicals. You gotta keep it pure.
Although no matter what they do, they'd be attacked by neo-feminists. So you misogynist bastards! Trying to get men to subjugate and drink women's pussies.
Truthfully, how many people are? There's 10 left watching us after this. After this topic, there's still 10. Why the fuck do you give us a topic? Why do you put us on this shit?
Yeah, what is wrong with you people?
If you haven't noticed, the 4 of us that are left are probably the 4 most open of the entire group. You're fucked if you ask us something stupid.
Yeah, we're the 4 worst people you could talk to, so, like, ask us questions.
The 4 most perfect people. That's what I think.
The most perfectly awesome. Dave Zodiac says, you guys are really funny to listen to, by the way. So thank you, Dave.
Thanks for the question, Dave.
Yeah, his avatar is Batman, so I will not question anything he says. He is Batman. I'm fucking Batman.
Batman.
You will not drink this beer, Dave.
Where's Harvey Dent, Joker?
How was your beer tonight, Dave?
Yeah.
Your punishment must be more severe. Now bend over.
Yeah. Oh, Batman, would you like to bend over for me?
In your darkness, I was born in it.
Where's Rachel Dawes? Where's Harvey Dent?
You want to see him? Want to see a magic trick?
Why does my voice sound so fucked?
Talking about Batman brings me on to a topic that is kind of fun because of one of the characters in the Batman series. How the fuck have we gotten to Taken number 3? How the fuck did you not train your family how to defend themselves?
Because Liam Neeson will sell any action movie these days. He is in so many fucking action movies now.
The greatest problem is Liam Neeson is like 65 years old. That's the problem.
But he's more believable as an action star than fucking Sylvester Stallone.
That's why he has fucking...
Sylvester Stallone's 60, not like 83 years old. So I don't...
Seriously.
I mean...
How fucked would that be, though? Liam Neeson has, like, Alzheimer's, and the directors have been convinced that's what he does for a living?
But he's convincing. Like, he's good in those fucking films. He really is. Like, he's convincing. Like, he's convincing it's this, like, master spy motherfucker who can just, like, destroy you in 3 seconds. Like, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, they have not aged well at all. But Liam Neeson...
Oh, Schwarzenegger's going to be in the new Terminator movie.
Yeah, but the new Terminators, the thing they say about it is, oh, the flesh they put outside of the Terminator, if you let it go long enough, it fucking ages or some shit.
Yeah, because they want Arnie in it.
Yeah, so that's why he looks
huge.
That's why he looks like 60-something instead of the regular Terminator. And then they have like a CGI young Terminator to fight him or some shit. It's like, I'm not even watching that goddamn garbage.
Or he looks 60 because he's 60.
Yeah. I'm not watching that shit. Fuck it. No, I'm not watching that shit.
We both know you will.
No, listen. I watched fucking Rambo 4, where fucking Sylvester Stallone's like 60 at that point. I watched that and I enjoyed it. But I'm not goddamn watching Arnold Schwarzenegger and Terminator 5.
They're making Expendables 4.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that either. I watched Expendables 1 and 2, and I semi-enjoyed them, but I don't need to see them.
And then they came out with 3 where you've got a new team, but instead of bringing in, like, action stars for his new team, they brought in guys from Twilight.
Yeah, fuck that. And really, the star of the first 2 movies was Jason Statham. It wasn't fucking Sylvester Stallone. Jason Statham is the unsung fucking action hero of our times. He just has not...
Didn't
It all
grow
comes
like
back
great
to
movies.
Snatch. It all comes back to Snatch.
Yeah. He is so goddamn good.
Pikeys.
Jason Statham is so fucking goddamn good, but he's just been in too many shitty movies where people don't pay attention to him. You know, they're like, oh,
Smoking Barrels.
no, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch are both great, but then he's been in a bunch of like direct-to-fucking-video shitty fucking
Oh,
films.
the Return of the King.
Yeah, those ones.
Transporter, Crank, like a ton of like
hysterical.
It was hysterical.
I like
he was
Crank.
fucking a girl to stay alive. He fucked a girl to stay alive.
Yeah, I like Crank. I like Crank too, both. But he's done a lot of direct-to-video ones that are just like really bad.
Transporter 1, 2, and 3.
Transporter 1 was awesome. That fight scene in the grease with like the bike spokes, that was the best shit ever.
Yeah, but were any of those direct-to-video?
No.
No, that was big budget shit.
No, he was doing big budget shit, and then but he's like a lot of actors now. You see, they do a lot of cellular. You see a lot of actors now. They do fucking direct-to-video, like Robert De Niro and shit like that. They're in all kinds of fucking direct-to-video ones now that you never hear about unless you fucking find them on the video shelf. If you still have a fucking video store, you know.
I have a video store. It's called Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Jason Statham should be the fucking action star of this period, but there's really nobody now. There's no real fucking go-to action star anymore. That genre has kind of died for some time now.
Fucking hipsters.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean,
it'll come back though.
It will, but it's a dead genre right now, and Jason Statham he's the guy. He's the guy for that genre, and people don't give him his due. He's actually a really good actor.
I think like what you said, the Expendables and shit like that kind of like stunted that growth. Like the Expendables came out like about 7 years ago. Like they've come out with like 4 of them now. So it's like stunted that growth of like the traditional American action hero. Like they just all conglomerated around and made that movie over and over again. When all those people die off in about 70 or 80 years, when Sylvester Stallone is 179 and dies, then eventually they'll make new action movies.
You know what really sucks about the Expendable films, and I was really excited about them at first, because the idea of it was like really fucking cool, and it's like, okay, I'm on board, I'm going to watch these fucking films. When I actually watched them, I was like, these are supposed to be a recreation and a loving fucking homage to 80s action films. And they're not.
Commando! You know what I mean? Shit like that. Like,
and
awesome.
They're not. These are all shaky cam, modern fucking action films. There is so much goddamn shaky cam in the first fucking Expendables. It's like, I'm watching this and like, this is not Commando, this is not Cobra, this is not any of the really good 80s action films. It's modern fucking filmmaking with 80s action stars, and that's what it is.
They wanted to take Commando and fucking all those movies and make them anew. But what they did was take Independence Day and took all the explosions and just put those all in one movie.
Yeah, they took all the balls out of the 80s action films and they made them into 90. They basically did really weak sauce rip-offs of like the Bourne films and stuff like that, and tried to stick it into an action film, and it's not what people wanted to see. I want to see goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger. I want to see goddamn Sylvester Stallone doing 80s action film shit in this new updated fucking film, and they did not do it. And it's like, okay, your series has failed. I don't want to watch it anymore.
Rat bastards.
Yeah.
But Antonio Banderas was a guy in the third one.
Was he?
Yeah.
Great.
He was the only new old guy. Oh, some of his lines were awesome.
George.
I just need a job. I know how to kill.
See, I'd rather watch the fucking Machete films because
you know what? And that's when you know what? If you're gonna pull out all the old action stars, the older guys, where were people like him? Where was all the just Danny Trejo and there's just so many people they didn't pull in, but instead they brought in guys from fucking Twilight because they realized the people that cared about this movie didn't care anymore.
Well, the thing about Danny Trejo is he's a big star in a niche market, but this is another guy who is way overexposed. Like he's been in like for every really great film he's been in, there's like 100 fucking bad films he's been in.
Zombie Hunter?
Yeah, Zombie Hunter, and basically anything else he's made in the last fucking 10 years outside of Machete. Like he's been in a lot of goddamn fucking garbage. Like he's a good actor, and he's a recognizable face. And Antonio fucking Robert Rodriguez fucking put him in a lot of great fucking roles. But outside of that, he's been in a lot of bad fucking movies, like really bad movies. And I've seen a lot of them because he's in them. It's like, okay, these might be good. And I'm watching them, it's like, no, they're not good. And god damn it, why the fuck are you in this fucking movie, motherfucker?
Oh, because we were asking for questions, we got this from Beavis Chaka. You guys are awesome. Great question, thank you. And then from Cisco Kid Henry, are all trailer parks in Canada just like from the show Trailer Park Boys? And fuck off, Lee.
They're close, and fuck you.
Pretty close, yeah. Actually, I was just gonna say, have you guys seen the new Trailer Park Boys movie?
No, I actually looked at buying SwearNet. SwearNet was on sale at Walmart, and I almost bought it.
Oh, it's there. I'm going to buy that now. That sounds good. That looks good.
Then to the man that asked us, what would we do if we woke up as a woman with a tattoo on our arm that said Shapoop? He asked us, what movie do you like but everyone hates?
Ooh. Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a hard one.
That is a good question.
Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter.
I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna tell you right now. I love this fucking movie, and everybody's gonna hate it, and they're gonna make fun of me. I love the movie Devil Wears Prada. Love that shit. See, all you motherfucking pussies that are gonna put a movie out there that you think are cool or whatever.
Join us.
Devil Wears Prada. I love that movie.
Me too. I saw it in theaters.
Love it. Love it.
Never watched it.
Okay.
It's in theaters. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I don't know if I can answer that question because most of the movies I really love that some people might think bad are so obscure that he probably wouldn't even know what they're.
The one I gave out is kind of cheating.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter is like even fucking pretty obscure. I can't honestly answer that fucking question. I don't.
One that I liked is a lot of different
You could answer that question. You just have to like reach deep down inside and find a movie that you think people will hate.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
You need some headset there, my man.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you all up at this time?
How are you up at this time, motherfucker? It's like what? Fucking 4 in the morning for you?
5. I'm getting ready for work.
You made a comment earlier like I don't know if I'll be up for this fucking chat, and now here it is like 4 or 5 hours later, and you show up. Sir, you are a liar. You are a liar. You're a deceiver. You tease us with your presence.
Have you watched a film called Battlefield Earth with John Travolta?
Oh, wait. Are you going to say you like that film?
Yes.
Which film was that? Battlefield Earth, did he say?
Chad, kick him out of this chat.
No, that was the question. A movie that you like that everybody else hates.
Yeah, but I mean, come on now. Kick him out of this chat.
I'm gonna keep Mr. Devil Wears Prada, but I'm gonna kick out Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, kick out Battlefield Earth. There's no excuse for that shit.
John Travolta got the lost in Lethbridge, apparently. He walked out into the coulees and got lost.
I don't know if I can honestly answer that. There's too many fucking movies floating around in my goddamn head. I can't pinpoint one.
Actually, you know what? I can pinpoint one that I liked, and it was the last good Romero zombie film to me. Diary of the Dead. It was. Okay.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. I can see why that's a valid choice because that movie sucks.
And he made 2 more after that, and I bought them because I collect his movies, but I just couldn't even watch them.
No, he only made 1 more after that. He made
what was the?
He made the Survival of the Dead.
Yeah, Survival of the Dead. Sorry,
Land
okay, one more. That one.
Land of the Dead was before that.
Yeah, Survival of the Dead was even worse. I couldn't get through.
Yeah, I couldn't get Diary. I couldn't get through Diary because they tried to present it as this found footage camera kind of thing, and then they were showing camera angles from fucking cell phones that could not possibly fucking happen. The whole logic of the camera angles and stuff they were trying to show was not believable at all. And I was like, okay, fuck this. Why did you go this avenue when the original premise was people filming a movie during the time of the original Night of the Living Dead when shit was happening? And that was a cool premise. That would have been awesome. But they tried to add all these modern camera technology bullshit into it that did not work. And it was
Have you watched the film called Buried?
Buried. Is that the one with what's his face who played Green Lantern and Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah. In that film, he's buried underground. Yet he has a phone connection better than anybody, and he can send videos.
Yeah, pretty fucking.
It's like, how do you do that?
Oh, what was that one with Halle Berry? She was a 911 dispatcher. Oh
yeah, that was a WWE film, wasn't it?
Yeah. Fuck. What was the name of that? Oh, I can't even remember. And then she goes and she kills the killer. Oh. Miss Halle Berry 911 caller kills the killer. I can't even remember the name of that one.
Oh, it's Call Me or something. Call Out. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
John Critch. John
Call.
The Call, yes.
The Call, there you go, yeah.
John Critch posted, Jason Statham to me is like a modern day younger version of Bruce Willis.
Yeah, but he's a better actor than Bruce Willis. I think he is. I think he's a better action star than Bruce Willis, and I think he's a better actor than Bruce Willis. And I'm saying Bruce Willis is actually a fucking great actor. I just think Jason Statham has not had the quality of fucking film where he can showcase himself.
Joseph Lucio answered his own question for us too. He said Spider-Man 3 is his movie of choice. Fuck
Can't
you. Help himself.
Okay, that's it.
He liked the dance scene.
Fuck you. Fucking emo goddamn Spider-Man. Mary Jane Watson is this complaining bitch who goes on and on. Oh, what about me, Peter? What about me? What about my goddamn life? And then they try to shoehorn fucking Venom and fucking Sandman into a fucking movie. That is a bullshit fucking piece of shit fucking movie. It sucks ass, and no one should watch it and think it's good. And if you think it's good, you're fucking wrong.
So what you're saying is that should be one of the movies we pick to do a fan commentary on when you're here?
Oh, goddamn. God damn.
I'm not, I mean, Lee, don't sugarcoat your fucking statements.
No,
don't sugarcoat it. Tell me what you think. And I'm out. I'll see you guys later. I'm out.
Cheers, Matt. Have a good one.
Cheers.
God, that movie sucks. That movie sucks so fucking bad. Like, that is such a drastic 180 fucking departure from Spider-Man 2. It's not even goddamn funny. It's like, wow. Okay, make Peter Parker emo all of a sudden. Give him the fucking black fucking symbiote costume. Put Venom in the fucking film. Put fucking Sandman in the fucking film. Don't flesh it out. Don't make it interesting. Just sort of mishmash them all together into some fucking bullshit fucking story. Fuck you. Fuck you. That movie sucked. That movie should have been 3 movies. There was enough story line going on for 3 fucking movies, and they tried to put it all into fucking one movie, and it sucked ass.
Yeah, Venom would deserve his own movie.
Yeah.
That's a huge Spider-Man part of that series.
Spider-Man 3 should have been just fucking dealing with fucking Sandman. Then you go on you hint at fucking Venom, and then you do Venom in the next fucking movie.
Next 3 movies.
Yeah, you don't fucking do all of them into one fucking movie. It was garbage. It was fucking garbage.
So there you have it. He has not sugarcoated his thoughts at all.
That was a terrible fucking movie. And I mean, you know, it relates to the question because he was talking about movies that you like that everyone else hates. Well, there you go. I fucking hate that movie, and that's why I hate that fucking movie. You like that movie? Great, more power to you. But I think that movie is goddamn fucking garbage.
What do you think about the last leaked email to Sony was from 22 Jump Street? They're going to do a mishmash with Men in Black.
Go ahead. Go ahead, do it. I honestly don't care. I have no invested interest in 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street or Men in Black. I have no invested interest in those franchises. So if you want to fuck around and do it, go ahead. Actually, I like 21 Jump Street. I thought it was fucking funny. But, you know, you want to fuck around, go ahead. I don't care. It's not a serious...
What if it has naked, topless, redheaded women?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I endorse it. It's awesome. But, I mean, you know, I have no invested interest in those franchises. So it's like, you want to fuck around, go ahead. But Spider-Man, after Spider-Man 2, I was like, I'm on board. I want to see what they're going to do.
Oh, actually, another one that people hated that I didn't mind was the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, God damn it.
Me and my cousin loved it. We loved it. We're French, that's normal.
Jesus Christ.
So I watched it, and I went into it thinking he was going to destroy it like he did Terminators, and he didn't destroy it as much. Not Terminator, sorry, Transformers. He didn't destroy it as much as I thought he was going to. It actually didn't piss me off as much as Transformers did. That last Transformers movie, every single time Optimus Prime yelled at a human, "I am going to kill you," I wanted to choke that motherfucker with a belt.
Okay, just give Michael Bay another fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and then we'll see what you think.
I walked out of Transformers 2.
Yeah, those movies are so goddamn fucking terrible. And it's not even on the basis of story, character, or anything like that. It's just what you see visually on the screen. You're seeing all these flying metal fucking parts flying into each other. You cannot follow the action. You cannot follow anything. It's like...
I found the last, what was it, one of them Hobbit movies was kind of like that too, when they're going through the caves. One of the ones.
They are. It's yeah. If you can't follow the action on screen, why the fuck are you watching the film? You watch fucking Transformers, watch fucking Pacific Rim. That's how you fucking do Transformers properly. Because you can see the fucking giant robots, you can see the fucking monsters, you can see them fucking fight and hit each other and have fucking action scenes. Transformers, you can't see the fucking action scenes because they're not showing you everything. You have these fucking CGI monstrosities that have no definition fucking punching into each other, and they look like a goddamn whirlwind of fucking bullshit metal parts flying into each other. It's fucking garbage. Those movies fucking suck. I can't believe anyone fucking likes them.
Would you look at if Michael Bay did a porn, though? Would you watch that?
No, I would not watch anything Michael Bay does. Fuck him. I can see plenty of better fucking porn on goddamn fucking RedTube than I'll see anything Michael Bay does. Like, what would his porn be? Fucking Megan Fox naked instead of Megan Fox straddling a fucking motorcycle or some shit, whatever she fucking does in those movies? I don't even want to see fucking Megan Fox nude, because she's not all that goddamn attractive. I can see a million fucking Megan Foxes in a fucking porn video. Seriously, she's not even that goddamn hot. I've seen plenty of fucking porn actresses.
The only thing that pissed me off with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when I realized April O'Neil was being played by Megan Fox.
Yeah, God, bullshit. She's not even a fucking redhead. Fuck that shit. Yep. I want to see a goddamn redhead fucking April O'Neil. You motherfuckers.
I did just get a Facebook from a prominent Ontario beer writer, and his message to me was, "Let me save you some time. Coors Altitude blows."
Yeah, okay, I was actually going to ask you about that, because I picked one of those up today. I forgot to ask you, have you seen that in your market there,
I
Chad?
have not seen it yet.
Okay.
Mine was announced when a beer store. I checked their stock. It says, "Oh, it's new. There's no fucking label picture. You want to get it today? It's there." So I was like, "No, I don't know."
I will have a review of it posted tomorrow. It comes in both I think it's
6 or 12.
Yeah, 6 or 12 packs, but it also comes in the single fucking wide mouth can bottles or whatever, the typical fucking screw top wide mouth fucking aluminum can bottle things.
Bud Light Platinum bullshit.
Yeah, I bought 2 of those. Me and my brother are gonna do a fucking review, and it will be posted tomorrow.
It's
And
called
we'll see what. But I saw nothing. I researched it the fucking day. There's nothing on the internet about it.
Would it work if you buried one in the ground and dug it up 10 years later?
What is with you?
With who?
You!
You know me. Why you're asking these questions? You know the answer to already. What the fuck?
I know French. That's what it all comes back to.
No. You know, when I come to your house, it's like, oh, no pants. No, I'll put pants on. Fuck you.
The only thing I saw about Coors Altitude was that in some places it was classified as a fucking ale. So I'm thinking that might be an obscure American thing where so much alcohol it has to be classified as an ale to sell or whatever. But
1 second, I'm actually trying to check if it's available in my area because
I checked because I actually checked on tap before seeking it, and I saw the reviews. I was like, no.
Yeah, Untapped is where I saw that it's classified as an ale. That's where I saw it. I don't see it in a rate beer or beer advocate. So.
At least the bottles look nice from the pictures I saw.
Okay, I didn't.
What's a beer that you like that no one else likes?
Oh Jesus!
You guys like Molson Triple X, so Labatt 50. I like those.
I've never had either one, so I can't say.
Chad, do you like either ones, or it tastes like shit to you?
Which, sorry?
Labatt 50 or Molson Triple X?
If I had to choose between those two, I'd take 50.
Yeah, 50. I like 50, so that's well.
Oh,
okay.
I can't get it in a 6-pack in Ontario. It's 4 aluminum bottles, 8 aluminum bottles, 12 cans, 24 cans, or 24 aluminum bottles.
Wow.
So you range from $10.95 to $59.95.
Holy fuck! Yeah, the aluminum cans that I bought, the singles were $3.40 something a single can.
Oh my God! It's all over Niagara Falls. It's at every beer store in Niagara Falls.
Oh, really?
Do they have stock?
Yeah, and the cans are the aluminum bottles / cans are 473 milliliters.
Yeah. 1 second, I'll tell you if they have stock of any. Oh my God, they have stock. I might have to go pick one up. Because they have stock of the 4 bottles. So $10.95. I could do that. I don't want to, but I could.
Oh wow. Yeah, I saw the pack and it's like I'm not buying the pack. And then I looked to my right a little bit on the shelf and it's like, oh, they got the single fucking wide mouth cans. Okay, I'll buy 2 of those fuckers. But yeah, I don't know. I can't answer you, Stu, on that one. I don't know if any beers that I like that people really dislike. Maybe
How about
Mango Magnifico.
Oh, fuck you. That stuff's overrated. It's not a terrible beer, but it's so fucking overrated. Yeah.
Bud Light Lime, Raspberry.
Oh God, fuck you.
Oh, and Strawberry.
Fuck you. And anyone who says they like that garbage is lying.
I'm not lying.
You're outright lying. You are a liar, sir. You do not like those beers.
I got the little cans. They're not that big. When I went to Ohio, they had all the different flavors.
And
the little beer cans.
Yeah, 8 ounce.
They're nice.
Yeah.
I don't want a big can.
And those 8 ounces are already too much.
You can get an 8 ounce can, or what do they also have? 32 ounce cans.
Oh, fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Anyone who says they like those beers are lying. Unless you're Joe D, you're lying. You're just trolling. You're being a bitch. There's no way you're drinking those. There's no way you're drinking that shit all day.
Cisco Kid Henry asks if any of us seen Bubba Hotep with Bruce Campbell.
Yes,
I don't
great
think you know who I
fucking
am.
movie.
Hello, I'm the Albino Rhino, and I love Bruce Campbell. And yes,
Great
yes, I've seen it.
fucking movie. Great fucking movie.
Yeah. What do you have? You have My Name Is Bruce, which is
That's
a
actually pretty good too. Yeah.
The Man with the Screaming Brain. What's the alien one?
Alien. Fuck, I know it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it right now, but
yeah, it's the one with Renee O'Connor.
Yeah.
Xena.
Yeah. Well, she's the sidekick to Xena.
Alien Resurrection, I think.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, Bruce Campbell's awesome. Fucking that movie's Bubba Hotep's fucking awesome. Joe Lansdale.
Did you ever read his book, If These Chins Could Talk?
I haven't read it yet. No.
It's a good book.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, Bubba Hotep, that's based on a Joe Lansdale fucking story, and Joe Lansdale's one of my favorite authors, and Bubba Hotep is fucking great. Fucking great fucking movie. Totally underrated.
Is that the guy who did a long time ago? I saw a movie about some fucking Elvis guy.
Yeah, Bubba Hotep. That's the movie.
It was a long time ago. I can hardly remember it, but I still remember seeing it.
Where it's Elvis in an old folks' home, and he meets this crazy black guy who thinks he's John F. Kennedy, and he tells the story, like he says he traded off of an Elvis impersonator like 30, 40 years ago, and just ended up in a fucking old folks' home. Yeah, fucking great fucking movie. Fucking great.
Joseph Lucio asks, "What's your favorite cheese?"
My favorite? Oh, well, I like the smoked Gouda. I like a little bit of pepper jack. Take a little pepper jack and smoked Gouda. You just mash that up with any beer you want. You know, you take the smoked Gouda. You take maybe a little bit of feta, a little bit of feta. Stick that in the Greek feta.
You know, if it's cheese that I'm going to use in everyday cooking, it's feta. If it's a cheese that I'm going to use on crackers, it's probably a smoked cheddar. And if it's just a cheese period, it's going to be like a jalapeno Havarti.
That's right. You just say jalapeno Havarti. You stick that in there with the smoked Gouda. You put that in there, baby.
I like the brie or camembert. That type of cheese is pretty good.
Camembert. You stick some camembert in there, a little bit of Lanchester. You stick that in there. You put a little bit of blue cheese, maybe. You smoke that up. You stick that in there, baby. It's good.
Sounds like I came in at just the right time.
Yeah, we were asked what our favorite cheeses were, and that just sent Lee off on the mock Greg Puckett chat.
Just dust the rolls.
Like a New Orleans shrimp boat captain.
A little bit of shrimp. You put a little shrimp on that cheese. You just put on there. You dust the rolls, last the shrimp cheese, baby. Dust the rolls, last the goddamn Gouda. You put the Gouda on there, Ric Flair. You ain't a goddamn ton of
hole. You gotta go with the fucking Saint Albert curds. You put that.
Saint Albert curds. You put those curds on there. Put those Saint Albert curds on there. You put some Saint Albert curds on the bread there. You smoke that all up there, baby. You put that on there. That's really good.
It's a cabinets.
Oh yeah. You put that on there, Guy. You put that Saint Albert curds on there. Put a little bit of cheddar.
You know what, man.
That's right. You smoke that up. Really good. That's all so tasty.
All I have to say is that Elvis is in the building.
Oh yeah.
No, shrimp's done. Shrimp's done.
Here, baby. You want to put some smoked food up in your furs, baby?
Oh, mama.
That's right. Oh. Yeah, you put a little bit of smoked Gouda on there, you put some blue cheese on there, you get blue Christmas.
Which video was the pots and pans clinking and clanging, or is that just like half of them?
Huh?
Clinking and clanging.
Clinking and clanging. Pots and pans, clinking and clanging, guys. Look at that Beverly Hillbillies going on here.
Which beer was he reviewing when he said that? I want to watch.
I don't even know anymore. It's like you see that in the Wisemans all the time, and it's like I don't know. And
So-
honestly, I don't want to go back and see where it is because he's got so many goddamn videos. It's like you have to watch like through like 1,000 fucking videos to find it.
And you'll see his members fucking watching our videos. Like, we know we're being watched. We can't fuck around with that guy. Like, we gotta be there so nice. We know we're being watched. Like,
It's
you
like his
can't fuck around.
it's like his gang or something.
I don't even know who you guys were talking about, but I got
We're
pizza.
talking about you, Chad.
Better madman poet.
That's right. It was time of Chad. It was pots and pans clinging and clanging.
I was gonna say,
Hey-o!
guys, tonight I'm drinking. Let's see what's in the fridge today, guys. No, Southern Tier's Creme Brulee.
Woo.
I actually enjoy that beer quite a bit.
They just came out with it a couple weeks ago, at least in my area. So.
Is it like
It's been out for years, Ethan. You're just
Well,
behind.
no, I'm just saying. I mean, the 2014 release. I'm saying.
He's
I
saying
know it's
he's
been out
gonna-
for years. I had last year's too.
We got a fresh batch.
Goddamn.
Fresh.
Stick that cream brulee. You stick that cream brulee. You stick it in there. You put some smoke good on it.
You take a blowtorch to it, toast it up
Right.
a little bit.
That's right. You twist it up and put it in the bottle. You put some blowtorch in that bottle. You put some smoked Gouda on that. You pair it up with some pepper jack.
Which one? Stu, get to pick one, and you showed two.
Oh
Which one you
shit!
drinking?
Oh shit! Fucking
No.
Stu's throwing it on. He's throwing the gauntlet down now.
He's gonna mix 3 beers at once. He's gonna mix all.
God.
Well,
What's the?
I watched it in the reviews. I saw Beer Guy's review. You didn't like it, did you?
No, it's an average macro beer. It's like no surprise because you got a big name on the beer, right? So big name, big average.
What's the ABV of that?
5.
5.
Yeah, it's 5.
I had this on Tuesday.
Ooh, Wookie
Oh,
Jack.
there you go.
Okay, 2 comments from Joseph Lucio. One is that Lee should get in a boxing match with Jim Norton. And the other is there a beer that tastes like cheese? And to answer that, yeah, most jalapeno beers taste like the nacho cheese you get in your nachos at a theater.
Yeah, like really hot pepper beers, jalapeno beers, they will sort of remind you a bit of cheese, and that's the whole thing about them anyways. You're supposed to pair them with fucking salsa and chips and cheese and shit. But, and Jim, I don't want to fight Jim Norton. He's a funny comic, but I don't want to fight him. I don't want to fist fight him.
I don't want to hurt him.
That's right, I don't want to hurt him. Dr. Rhodes had nothing against Jim Norton, baby.
Hey, you guys were talking about cheeses earlier. I was gonna say I'm starting to read this interesting book. It's Stone Brewery's Liquid Lore, Epic Recipes, and Unbashed Arrogance.
I gotta ask a question there, Ethan, before you even start. Does you write the foreword to that book?
What's that? I'm sorry, Lee. What'd you say?
Does Ewart write the foreword in that book? Or...
I don't know actually.
I'm kind of guessing he doesn't.
No, I don't think he does. No.
No Chekos, no Ewart.
I'm also reading this other book too. It's Beer, Food, and Flavor. It's actually kind of interesting, but this one's not too much information though. I mean, it just has a bunch of recipes that I'll never even make. But
if there's spices, Uncle Jay's in there.
Well, it talks about like different kinds of cheeses and stuff. Like I don't know shit about cheese, so.
Gouda cheese, blue cheese, cabinet cheese.
Well, I mean like types of cheese, like hard cheese, soft cheese, things like that. Like I don't know anything about. So.
Don Critch sent us another question. He keeps bringing us back to horror movies, which is good for me and Lee. What was the worst movie in the Friday the 13th series? Your opinion?
Is it the space? Was it the versus Freddy Krueger in a fucking space station?
That's Jason X. That's not.
Yeah, no, Jason X was not the worst in that series.
No?
The worst in that series was Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan was the worst.
Oh, yeah.
No, and I know a lot of people are going to say, no, it's Part 5 because Jason wasn't in that. Fuck you. Part 5 was good because it had the fucking highest body count in the entire series. But you go to fucking Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan,
Most of the movie, he doesn't even fucking show up in Manhattan until halfway through the fucking film,
Right.
and the movie sucks. The movie sucks. Jason fucking X is actually funny. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
And it's fucking funny. And Freddy vs. Jason is actually pretty goddamn decent. It's like an update on like the old time fucking like Dracula versus the Wolfman and shit like that. Like it's basically an update on that sort of idea.
I like Jason X because he takes the two camp sluts and beats them, and
that was great. That was great. He gets in that fucking holographic Camp Crystal Lake fucking simulation.
It's funny because like that's like what some people root for.
Yeah.
Just to beat
No, but it was
funny.
funny. It was a great wink to the fucking series and how fucking ridiculous it is. Like,
I would probably go with number 8 myself as well. Jason Manhattan.
it was such a goddamn letdown, that film.
The best part was when before I get yelled at for being racist, the African American kid
I was just about to say.
That was the best scene when he tries to box him. He's like, "Fuck you!" And then
Yeah.
I
was gonna say it too, but I've already said enough comments like that. So.
Although I'd say it's probably tied with the next fucking Jason film, the one where he's like possessing bodies and shit. That was pretty bad too, but
yeah.
But I still think Jason Takes Manhattan sucks just because the potential for it was so good, and then they just totally let it down.
They made it into like just one of those school boat trips.
Yeah.
That one wasn't that bad.
But I'll stand by Part 5. Anyone wants to fucking argue Part 5, I'll fucking argue with you because I like that film. As far as Jason movies goes, I like that film. I'm not gonna say it's a great film or anything, but as far as the series goes, it's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. Got a high body count, good effects. So what if Jason's not in it? I don't give a fuck.
The blood was real. It wasn't CGI.
Yeah, that's a big plus.
Kind of makes you wonder when horror movies move to CGI blood. Like they couldn't afford
Well, it's cheaper. It is cheaper if you don't have to hire someone to do squib effects and shit. You just put CGI in afterwards, and you'll always have the effect you're looking for. Like with squibs and practical effects, sometimes there's a room for error there where shit will happen that you don't fucking want, right? And you don't want to take several takes on the movie. CGI, you just film a fucking movie and you put the blood in afterwards, and it looks perfect. I mean, perfect for what they think, but when you're watching it, depending on the quality of CGI, it probably just looks like shit. But
I mean, what is the last Rambo film? The blood in that was horrible.
Yeah, but I still like that film though. Like
I have to disagree. I actually kind of liked it, but yeah, I thought it was good to how they. I think that the storyline wise, I think it was good of how they laid it to rest a little bit. With him going home and all that shit. But yeah, I mean, I think it was. There's a difference, I think, between tastefully done. Between having real blood and CGI blood. You can't have too much of this or that. So.
That was a brutal fucking film though. Like just that scene. This that scene where he gets behind that fucking machine gun. That
total slasher movie for real.
He just starts mowing those fuckers down. It's like, oh my fuck.
Talk about a one-man army.
How fucking far are you gonna go? And it's like, oh shit, he even went even farther than I thought he was gonna go. It's like, oh my god.
Joseph sends another question out. What would you do if you woke up a midget? I would eat out my wife without bending over.
Yeah, I'm already the world's tallest midget, so that I'm disqualified from that film. That question.
Oh, it's shorter than you.
Can I be Wee Man from Jackass and I'll fucking be set?
Yeah, what kind of midget are we talking about here? I mean, there's a couple different kinds.
Yeah, are you talking like Peter Dinklage, where he's awesome, he's got a great scar, and he fucks a lot of chicks, or?
Are we talking about like more people like midgets, or are we talking about like the Little People TV show type midgets.
Ethan's gonna join the Lollipop Guild.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Am I tall enough to cook shrimp on the barbecue?
We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild.
First thing I would do would probably be like, I don't know, mess with people. Probably be one.
I'd just be running straight forward into vaginas. Just run straight forward into.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Sorry,
Didn't
ma'am.
see you
I'm
up
a
there.
little person. You have to excuse me for running face first into your vagina. 'Cause I'm a little person.
Or running into some glorious ass. That would be
That's
another
right.
one.
That's right. It's like you have to excuse me, ma'am. I'm a little person. You have to excuse my offense because it's politically correct to do that.
Sorry, I ran into your shelf.
Yeah. And you should also feel sorry for me because I'm small. So the politically correct thing to do would be to have sex with me, sir, ma'am.
Sir, what?
Well, maybe he woke up as a midget and a woman with a tattoo that said Chuck.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, Lord.
Sir, man, whatever. I might be a bisexual midget. There you go.
Next question, please.
Yeah. Next question. What else do you fucking monkeys watching us have to say? Say something intelligent, you fucking assholes. Oh shit, Paul's on there. He says, "Glorious ass for the win." Join in, Paul, you piece of shit.
Yeah, show your face on camera, Paul.
God damn it, you.
Fucking Paul. Where is Paul?
You goddamn squatch. Show up.
Paul, he's slut squash.
He's in Kentucky.
What? How big of a luggage are we gonna know?
What's
Where
the
is
last game you had that made you almost want to vomit?
Are we talking about Simon again?
That's a midget who makes me want to vomit, yeah.
Casting couch. What? Hello, big tittied. Casting couch.
Guy wants Simon's wife on casting couch. That's
No, he's always renewing. It's like, all right, it's like first episode. She's on the couch. He's like, what do you think about that beer?
So, to be fair, Simon was a little fat then, so he was probably out of breath quite a bit.
That's what he did in his first video. I swear to fuck.
So what did you guys talk about while I was not here?
Wallowitz.
I'm so glad Simon's like Greg, where he doesn't watch anyone else's videos. Because if he watched any fucking Beer Dweebs United, he'd probably be pretty super offended by now. Actually, I'm sad he hasn't watched any of these, because fuck him.
Who?
I actually, and I'll say this, I admire the way Stu sort of secretly insults him, but still gets along with him at the same time. I really enjoy that. I watched that on Facebook, and it's like, yeah, Stu he throws in these subtle insults and shit, but at the same time, he sort of gets along with him at the same time, and it's like, yeah, Stu knows what he's doing.
Let's go, Stu.
I don't know who you guys are talking about, but anyway, I'm going to continue talking to these guys, but I'm going to go offline because I keep dropping out, and I don't want to get so drunk.
All right, offline, bitches.